Hello and welcome to Gibraltar. It is night number 5 in this FanCode European Cricket T10. An outstanding tournament so far, and there you see some beautiful aerial shots of this Europa Sports Complex, just recently completed on the southern tip of Europe. Only around about 23 kilometres. If you look just in the distance, you may be able to make out the northern tip of Morocco on the African continent. So not often you can stand on one continent and see another, but you can here in Gibraltar. And we're looking forward to a really good contest tonight. We've got matches 9 and 10 in this series between two teams that have won their last 2 games. Calpe Giants 2-2 versus Bavaria, undefeated in their 2 matches so far. The news from the toss is that Bavaria have won the toss and elected to bat first. They certainly looked dangerous when they were taking on the Sloggers on the 3rd night of action. Andrew Reyes listed up the top of the order, and Kenroy Nesta, well, he's likely to partner him in the absence of Christian Rocker, who is 12th man for this. I've got some interesting injury updates on the Rocker Gibraltar. I'll bring to you in a second, but Ian Lattin batted really well, twin 46s in matches 5 and 6. Andrew Crom, probably see him behind the stumps in the second game. I believe that Richard Bazaglo will be their keeper for this game. Calpe Giants, though, big team news there. No Burns, no Rimmer. Rimmer in doubt for the rest of the series with an injury, but Burns not in the side tonight. Houghton does come back in. And this is our bat versus ball wall, predicting Bavaria to edge out the Giants here in match 9, 114 to 99. You see that Bavaria, they did perform with the bat against the Sloggers the other night, but both these teams conceding in the triple digits, and that's something that they'll want to get back under control. You can see the Giants lost their first 2 to Tarek before winning their 3rd and 4th matches. So that's the bat versus ball wall, predicting 114 for Bavaria to score. We're about to see how many they will score, because they do have the bats in hand and the openers are out there. And I think it'll be Paul Edgelart to open the bowling. Now, slight change in conditions as far as the wind is concerned today. It is coming right to left on your screen. So it's coming out of the west. Most of this week it's been coming the other way, but Edgelar's been able to get an outswing regardless. So I do expect he'll be able to move the ball significantly with the assistance of that breeze. It is about 20 degrees Celsius or 68 Fahrenheit if you're watching from the US, and not a cloud in the sky. The sun is up for about another hour and 15 minutes before it sets over the western grandstand to the right of screen. We're almost ready to get going. 10 overs aside, so 60 deliveries for each team to get their score on the board. It's great to have your company on the European Cricket Network. Do encourage you to get into the chat. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube, or you might be watching on FanCode in India. And this is my last night here. I'll be sorry to leave, actually. I have to head up to Malaga, the Khartoum Oval, to prepare for the ECL, which starts on Monday. But certainly going to make the most of my time here in Gibraltar. Here's Edgeler with the first ball of night 5. Full toss, turned away. Doesn't beat the infield, though, and it's just 1. And there's Andrew Reyes, who gets off the mark immediately. And he's opening up with Andrew Crom. Interesting decision to open up with Crom, who... there's not much of him, but he can hit the ball nicely. He's quite a proficient wicket keeper. I do expect we'll see him second game of the night behind the stumps, but he gets his opportunity with the bat now, facing his Costa del Sol teammate, Paul Edgeler. Punches this away. Once again, another single. So yeah, definite Costa del Sol flavour to quite a few of these teams, and Costa del Sol in the southern region of Spain. They end up finishing second in the Spanish Championship weekend, just narrowly missing out on ECL qualification to Pakai Care. Full straight 1. So Costa del Sol, really enjoyed the development of them as a T10 side during that weekend, but they did narrowly miss out. Pakai Care Badalona will be the Spanish representatives in week 5 of the ECL, just over a month's time. Oh, he knocks him over. That's a good delivery, and it was too good for Crom. It was a good length. It was full, but not too full. Just gave the ball the opportunity to do something, and that one beats Crom neck and crop. So Edgeler edges out his Costa del Sol teammate, as Crom has to go for only 1. An early wicket for the Calpe Giants. Bavaria are 3 for 1. Well, just the start you want. And there's no better sight for a bowler than to see those stumps flying. You see, just came in and Crom just stayed outside the line of it. He backed himself to hit it with his bat, but couldn't get any wood on it. And he knew. And he was gone. He heard the death rattle behind, crashes into leg stump. And Crom wasn't sticking around. So it's disappointing for Andrew Crom. Can't make the most of his opportunity at the top of the order, but what a good start for Edgela, who does need to step up in the absence of Lorne Burns and Lee Rimmer, not in the side tonight. They do have Marples, who has impressed me during this series. Paddy Hatchman, he's another one that can whack a few around. Sam Houghton is back. Oh, he's not behind the stumps this game. No ball called. Front foot no ball. Well, this could have been a run out off a no ball. But Reyes scrambles back as the new batter is Ian Latin, who digs out the first one. And Latin, somewhat of a free hit specialist early in his innings. I remember the first ball he faced the other night was a free hit. Now he gets a free hit second ball from Paul Edgela. Gets some bat on this, and this is going to be 4. He just stands and delivers, and that's clever batting by Latin, who doesn't really try anything out of the ordinary, but he just knew he had immunity from being caught. And he just wanted to get as much wood on that as possible, and he uses the page of Edgela. Uses the pace, I should say. Just cracks away behind point. You see there? The sea in the background. Very beautiful part of the world. Well, oh, this could be... Oh, I thought it was going to carry. You see this from the camera behind, and it almost carried to Edgela. See, just looped up. Oh, he doesn't quite get there, does he? That would be a big wicket at this stage. Latin is the big fish, I think, in this batting lineup for Bavaria, who end the first over 8 for 1. Very good over by Paul Edgela. And so, looks to me like Joe Marples will bowl over number 2. Just a quick hello to a few people in the chat. Balaji Pai, or Avinash Pai as we like to call him. Nice to see you. Prakash Mishra is watching from Bulgaria. And Sean Van Weingart watching from South Africa. Well, he might be in Europe soon. We certainly hope so. Salvakumar Murugasamy as well. So, Habib Rahman saying hi. Becca Green watching from New Orleans as well. And Phil G from the Czech Republic. So here's Marples. Second overtime. It's a good area. And Reyes went on a fishing expedition. Luckily for him, he didn't catch anything. Marples also trying to make the most of that breeze, which isn't very stiff, but it is just blowing across the ground. Reyes coming off a half century the other night. Drives this one through the covers. And a nice bit of fielding by Robert Azzopardi. He had to get down, and he did. So you see the Giants, they know this is a crunch game for them because they're 2-2 and they don't really want to lose a third match. I think they'd back themselves to win their remaining matches and perhaps sneak into that top 2, which would give them an automatic place in the final on night 11. Pitched up, driven to mid off. More work for Azzopardi, but they do get the single. So just the format of this tournament, 5 teams. They'll each play 8 matches, and after match number 20, the bottom team's eliminated from the competition. Well, it goes aerial this time, and this is going to be a boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs. And you can see there, installing the giant scoreboard. Well, hopefully it survives the installation because it was in the way then as Reyes went aerial. One just bouncing before it reached him. And he deposited that over Azzopardi, who was a spectator this time. 4 runs. Marples with a comeback ball. And down the leg side. Scramble through for a leg bite. So, see Phil G saying that Prakash Mishra must be looking forward to the ECL. Yeah, he'll be representing Indo-Bulgarian. I believe we're in week 2. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Group B. Yeah, Avinash Pai, hope you well. It's good you could catch our broadcast. This is in the air, and this is coming our way. Maximo! Now we're testing what that rugby shed is made of, because that was under attack that time. This is just a classical stroke from a class player. Ian Latin. And went absolutely bang. At the end of the second over, it's 21 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me in the commentary box once again is our ECN night specialist, Joe Wigasani. Joe, bit of an explosive start from the Bavarian captain there.
Yes, hello Vinny. Hello everybody out there around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Welcome back to the southernmost tip of the European continent, where the cricket is hot at the moment, Vinny. Had a bit of everything. Great first over from Edgelar.
We'll have to see what kind of a dent that left in the shed, because that one certainly rattled the infrastructure here. Edgelar back for his second over, the third of the innings and the last of the power play. Yeah, Phil G saying last year Corey would have gone for the catch from his comms position. Well, he's on his best behaviour now. He will be joining us for ECL, helping out with some commentary. And luckily, well, we're not on the ground floor, so hopefully he's not going to jump out of the tent. Shorter from Edgelar. But yeah, it's a good matchup between these two teams, isn't it? I mean, Giants missing a couple, but Bavaria, they'll be full of confidence after the other night. So I do think we could have a couple of even contests here tonight. Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to tonight's action, Vinny, and seeing these two sides pit each other's wares up against one another. I'm liking the form of Edgelar so far. It's interesting that he's chosen to bowl himself out here as well.
Short, no ball called again. Wow, that's twice Edgelar's overstepped, and this time it's going to cost him a boundary off the delivery as well. So yeah, costly error from the Giants captain. And that'll be 5 all up, plus a free hit to come.
Yeah, disappointing for Edgelar there, overstepping twice, and hasn't the umpiring been fantastic, Vinny?
Yeah.
They are just on top of all of these little calls.
Yeah, the umpires are really a class act here in Gibraltar. I've really enjoyed getting to know them.
Been shadow umpiring for the last 5 years.
Free hit. Short, missed out. Catches a break, even though it wasn't handled by Jacobs, but it's probably not a bad result. So yeah, the bat versus ball wall, we're predicting 114 for Bavaria. What do you think about that as an estimation?
Yeah, well, they did put on a sizable total. I think it was the biggest total we'd seen up to that point. Yeah, the other night it was, of course, chased down. But
yeah. Well, they chased it down.
Well, they chased it down off the sloggers, that's right. 127.
Finishing on 132. And they finished it with a 6. And really it was these two out here right now that did most of the damage. So I think, Edgelar bring himself back straight away. I think he is a wicket taker, and that's what they need to try and get Bavaria on the back foot.
Yeah, 100%. And as for Bavaria, it's this man here, Ian Latin, I feel, the 37-year-old, in the form of his life, he reckons.
Edged and gets away from Jacobs, who was just wrong-footed by that one. It's a little fine edge. It was good bowling by Edgelar, but no luck for him as a streaky one, but Latin gets 4.
Yeah, gee, that's a really nice line. As you mentioned, there is that breeze coming from the right to the left. And Edgelar we're wondering whether he would be able to control it. It seems to be a pretty good order at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit closer. And we'll present an opportunity for Jacobs. They just really want to try and get rid of Latin as soon as possible. No ball called again. Another one. Just having one of those nights. So far, Edgelar, that's the 3rd time he's overstepped.
Yeah, he's standing on the Edgelar.
Yeah, well, he's on the wrong side of it. Got to mention as well, Ian Latin is about to face a free hit, which is a bit of a gift. He received a gift on Sunday as he had his second child, Matthew, a boy, born on Sunday morning. And, well, this is a big one. It's maybe a Maximo for Matthew, because that one was deposited over long off. A big 6, and the free hit is cashed in by Bavaria.
Yeah, he's got that freedom of mind at the moment, doesn't he, Ian Latin, the way that he's batting? He is seeing them very well. What a beautifully struck shot that was.
And to the over as well, so 38 for 1 after 3, and it turns out to be a pretty good power play, but yeah, it's probably 10 or 12 of those runs you can put down to the overstepping from Edgelar. So that's something that he's going to have to sort out, but still all up. Does get the wicket of Crom, but these two at the crease right now, they're a dangerous pairing. But congratulations to the Latin family for the addition, and so it's quite funny that Matthew was born on the first day of the ECN year on Sunday morning. So you wonder how much sleep Ian Latin's getting. It's
his entire life he's known cricket in Gibraltar, young Matthew.
If he's not working hard here at the ground, he'd be working hard at home, I'm sure, at the moment. Your baby in the house. So, change of bowling. It's going to be Harry Scott to bowl over number 4 out of the power play. So, 5 outfielders employed at this stage. 3 of them are on the... At the moment, we have 6 outfielders, so they're going to have to sort that out. Third man comes up into the circle, so we have 3 of them protecting the leg side. And then you've got a deep point and a long off on the offside as Reyes faces up for over number 4. A nice cover drive. Edgela's patrolling though. Should keep it to a single.
And Harry Scott, a good young cricketer as well, just finding his way in the game. I believe it's his father, John, who's been
Bully.
He's been treating us well to ice creams here in the commentary box.
Yeah, we're only going to say nice things, aren't we?
That's right.
He's found the ice cream truck. Let's see how young Harry goes here. Now, this could be a chance, and Edgela is under it, and he takes it. So the big wicket of Latin, and it goes to young Harry Scott. Well, maybe those ice creams were magical as Latin just mistimes this one. Edgela was camped for the catch. He wanted the miss hit, he got it, but most importantly, he held on to the chance. So for all Edgela's sins overstepping, he does have a big part to play in the dismissal of the opposition skipper as Bavaria lose their main man at 21. And the score is 39 for 2.
Yeah, and great catching by Edgela. That ball, it was probably there for the hitting, but for the fact it was just maybe not quite the line that he was going for. Cramped up Latin a little bit and caused the false stroke, not able to make it to the fence on that occasion.
Yeah, you just got to hope for a false shot, and then it came. He put it in the right spot. It's the kind of ball that if Latin gets hold of it, it's probably heading for the monkeys on the rock, but he just didn't quite get all of it. That's what's going to happen in this form of the game, so that's a big moment as Latin, who was in excellent form the other night, he falls for 21. And Harry Scott, well, what a good bowling change from Edgela.
Yeah, that really swings the, or at least halts the momentum of Bavaria.
Hold on a second though, because here comes Keynes, Kenroy Nesta, and he will have a go, don't worry about that. Will he go straight away, or will he just try and play himself in and give himself a couple of balls? Precarious stage this innings now. Faces Harry Scott. He can't help himself. Big Kenroy.
That's a great line from Harry Scott. First start, really tempting that drive.
Yeah, Kenroy's been a little bit susceptible outside that off stump. Just kind of reaching with his hands. What an over this is so far by Scott. Comes full. Edgela. Do the fielding once again. Yeah, so important that you have your key fielders in the key positions, and down the ground certainly are 2 very important positions.
Yeah, absolutely right.
So there's Sam Houghton, who I'm sure we'll see keeping the second game, but he's got a good pair of hands. He's at long on. Reyes hasn't quite got going yet. It's a bit wide. But yeah, Reyes, he was a bit slow to get going the other night, but then he certainly accelerated in the second half of the innings. So I think he's one guy that doesn't mind just taking a bit of time early, and then once he's got his eye in, bang, bang.
Yeah, certainly has a couple of quick gear shifts, does Reyes.
Goes for this, but it's off the end of the bat. And fielder out there, straight into the sun. We'll do the fielding though, just one. Yeah, I really think these teams are pretty evenly matched. Yeah, they've both got some good players, a smattering of class. Both good team units. Trying to create an intensity in the field. Kenroy tries to get cute, doesn't work. End of the 4th over.
Great
the score
over.
is 42 for 2. Yeah, great over by Scott, who only concedes 4. Picks up the big wicket of Ian Latin. And, well, we love you having your say, and you can do so in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I can see that we've got quite a few of the players in there. Louis Bruce, well, he's using his time on the internet wisely. He's with us in the chat, as well as Charles Harrison. Hello, Charles. Hope you're going well. And Avinash Pai, I think I mentioned earlier. But yeah, if you have any questions or comments, please put them in the live chat. We'd love to answer them. If you have any questions about the ECL perhaps as well, which starts on Monday, or anything about this complex, which we're loving here in Gibraltar, as Zach Simpson comes in, and he isn't afraid to toss it up. First one, hit square of the wicket. I've just kept one. Now this should be interesting, because Nesta got out to some quite slow bowling the other night. They got him out by just taking the pace right off. And let's see how big Keynes handles Zach Simpson, who will He will put the ball up into the breeze. And he leans on this one and hits it square of the wicket. Slight fumble, and well, I think it just stays inside the field of play, so it'll be a long single. Yeah, I think this will be an interesting battle between Nesta and the slow bowlers. Well, it was a good effort there, but I think he was just a bit worried, wasn't he, Blaze Cook? And he knocked it into the rope, but Marple's cleaned up. Reyes, little edge, and should just be one as Barley comes and picks it up. And that's how Nesta got out the other night, just a little faint outside edge. That one was big enough from Reyes to get past the keeper.
Yeah, I think they're absolutely evenly matched, these two teams. One thing I might suggest is that the Giants just seem a little bit more... As this one comes in.
Yeah, this is a chance. Oh, no, it's not. It's slightly misjudged, I think, by Marples, who took a couple of steps in, but had enough to carry him. Maximo, and there's some K-pop from K-Ness as he pops that one out of the ground. But, geez, you wonder if... let's just have a look where he ends up. Well, I suppose he was quite a long way back in the end, Marples. I don't really think you can blame him, but yeah, a bit fortunate, I think, from Nesta, just getting that one over the fielder. This one is more comprehensive as he goes downtown. Maximo back to back, and you know it's going to be exciting when you see Nesta against the slower bowlers, and that's what we're getting at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say I do really like the vigour of the Giants out in the field. I think that Edgell is a really good leader, and he seems to know what he wants his bowlers to do and really communicates it clearly.
Yeah, his third time is pulled away, and this is going to be a big chase. It's going to be 4 more. So just the wrong line there. Just dragged it down to Simpson as this over ends up costing him 19. It's the end of the 5th, and at the halfway point, Bavaria a 61 for 2. But yeah, I take your point there, Joe, and I think they're not afraid to gamble to try and get wickets. I mean, that's the thing. I think you have to do that a little bit. They're paying attention to the other night where Nesta hit the faster bowling all over the place, but he just seemed to be just a little bit kind of frozen against the slower bowling. But I mean, he took it on, and you'd have to say the honours went to the batter that time. And they're in a good position here, Bavaria at the halfway point, 61 runs on the board.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that'll be a good lesson for the young Simpson.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it's one thing to have slow bowls, but you've got to make sure it's getting in the right place. And I think for Nesta, you've got to get outside the off stump. If you give him anything too straight or outside the legs, you're going to have a bad time. As Michael Lamon is going to bowl the next over. Remember, the bat versus the ball all predicted 114 for Bavaria. Let's see how close that is as Lamon starts his spell. Down the leg side, and oh geez, it's lucky in the end there, Simpson.
Did well.
He ran the wrong way. It just kind of side spun on him a bit, but he did well to get something down on it, so it's just a single. It's one thing to get Latin, but then you got to deliver against the batters that come under him, particularly Nesta. He's on strike now. Better area. Just loses his shape a bit there, Kenroy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Not his greatest strength. Square of the wicket on the offside.
Jeez, it's great to have cricket back on ECN, and this venue is something else. This one gets away from Lamon, and it's well blocked down the leg side by David Jacobs, who does a very good job behind the stumps. I've seen some, let's just say, experienced cricketers behind the stumps in this series, but I've seen a lot of good wicket keeping so far. This one's flicked away, but Marples cleans up out there, so just one. One's a win for the fielding side, and let's see what we're going to get out of Big K-Ness. I don't think he's blocking it, Joe. Wow, it's mistimed, and he's fortunate that this falls safely. It's just a mistimed attempted sweep shot off the leading edge. And on one hand, you think the bowler was lucky that didn't go to the fence, but on the other hand, he's lucky that wasn't caught.
Now, this is going pretty well for Lamon, and what I really like about these slow bowls, they are getting through the overs quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. This is straight but full, and a bit too full, and the result's going to be a boundary. And Reyes wasn't going to miss out where Nesta did. It's a similar kind of ball. It was a full toss, and we've seen some of these missed during this tournament, but yeah, just paying the price for over pitching. If he misses it, he's in big trouble, but he didn't miss it, and the result, 4 more runs for Bavaria.
Yeah, very interesting battle going on here at the moment. These two starting to look a little bit more solid with every delivery they face. And Reyes, he's just, as he's done all series so far, just building a foundation.
Yeah, really competitive fixture, this one so far. Oh, that's much better. You see the immediate change in fortunes when you get in that offside channel. So Lamon, not the worst over ever. Single digits, only goes for 9. The score after 6 is 70 for 2. 6 over check-in time. Let's have a look at how they're going at the moment. I mean, it's funny, the bat versus ball wall predicted 114, and that's round about probably the run rate at the moment. Probably heading for, at this rate, more like something 115 to 120, but we have seen a couple of really good chases, but for the most part, I think runs on the board have held up during this series. This is a good man to be able to bring into the attack, though. Joe Marples is coming into bowl over number 7. Straight pull. Should just be 1. Houghton. So, man, well, I'll be curious to see where Houghton bats, actually. We've seen him as low as 8. He's been creeping up the order, but I think in the absence of players like Rimmer and Burns, you know, he could get his opportunity up the top of the order. Definitely in the top 3 this game. Miss hit by Reyes. That'll just be 1.
This is really good from Marples, just like we saw with Lamon in the last over, just trying to keep to that channel outside off, not dropping it in too short. And I think Edgell will be very happy with these middle bowlers that he's selected. Some work they've done so far.
Yeah, I agree with that. Does it hit hard? Does it have what it takes to get over Edgell? It does, but only just. Maximo. There's some more K-pop for you music fans out there. Kenro goes bang. And just over the outstretched captain of the Giants. He wasn't quite giant enough to reel that one in.
Yeah, good, flat, straight hitting from Kenroy. So that one's just a little bit fuller than the previous deliveries, and he capitalises.
He wants more, but this is well bowled by Marples. There's not much that Nesta can do with that. I think this is something I think a lot of teams can improve on. This kind of the second half kind of bowling, full and straight, not giving the length to the batters to get under the ball, especially when they're set batters or powerful strikers off the front foot. Now this one has a bit of length, and it could be a chance. Well, runs around that one a little bit, but does a good job of saving the boundary. That's Blaze Cook.
Yeah.
Out there. Thought for a second he might attack the catch, but I think he says, well, at this stage, I'm pretty happy just to make sure it doesn't get past me. Been a big wicket if he could have somehow pulled off the catch, but it was a difficult one. Reyes been in good form this week. Nesta.
Good ball.
Tries to hit this one into the sun, which is shortly going to set over the western grandstand to the right of screen. It's the end of the 7th over, and it's 80 for 2. Pretty good over by Marples, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's 2 good overs in a row for the Giants, despite that 6 being hit. You know, I think Bavaria, they'd be wanting to hit at least 10 and over at this stage.
Yeah, great. Sam Houghton, who we just mentioned, he'll be turning out for Zagreb Sokol, Group B. And Prakash Mishra, who's in the chat right now, he'll be playing for Indo-Bulgarian in Group B. We haven't talked too much about that Group B, but it's got Brigade from Ireland. First time Ireland have been represented at the ECL or ECC level. A bit of an appeal. Once this from side on, that may have bounced off Jacobs onto the stumps, but I don't think Reyes ever really left home. And also I noticed in there, Hungary have Royal Tigers, Budapest.
That's a nice piece of bowling this, Vinny. Just that drift and drift into the batter.
Probably a mixture of keep it knocking over the stumps with his hands. Maybe the ball bounced on the stumps, but I think he was safely home. So yeah, Zach Simpson, it's a bit of a gamble over, especially after a couple of tight ones. I feel like Reyes wants to go up a gear. He's just overrun a ball pace. Tries a bit of an appeal and he's gone. Smart work.
Great, quick.
Smart work behind the stumps from David Jacobs, who handles this one cleanly. And credit to Zach Simpson, who was a little bit expensive in the first over, but he gets this one just right. And he's got a big wicket. Andrew Reyes has to go.
Yeah, he's pumped too, the young fella. Fantastic work. behind the stumps.
See it here.
And he did well not to push forward and take it in front of the stumps there as well.
Yeah, he did. An excellent decision by the umpire as well. So well done to Zach Simpson getting a wicket. And it's the third to fall for Bavaria, who are 80 for 3. Reyes goes for 23 off 22 balls. He stuck around, but he never really got to get the payoff in those last 2 or 3 overs. And look, I think you've got to give all the credit to the bowler there for getting it right, getting it outside the off stump. Reyes tried to go and fetch it. In the end, he came up empty-handed. So well done to Jacobs behind the stumps as well.
Yeah, very well done, and that makes another interesting turn. I was thinking if they could get through the next 2 overs without losing a wicket, they can really unleash. We haven't really seen the underside of Bavaria's batting yet.
Yes.
See what their middle is made of.
That's right. Well, Sammy Boda gets a chance. We saw him as a key man with the ball the other night. He's facing Simpson. Gets a fair piece of this. It'll be 1 to Marples out there at deep mid-wicket. And again, someone like Simpson,
backing up.
well backed up by it was
the ankle breaker.
It was the shins of the backup fielder that was able to stop that. And that's Robert Azzopardi there, who might have to go for an X-ray after that. That crashed in. But yeah, it's a completely different proposition facing someone like Simpson's when you're new to the crease. It's a dead ball. I think that for some reason he just wasn't quite ready there, so I think dead ball was called while the ball was in the air.
But it's been a great response by Simpson after that first over. Went for 19, come back, take a wicket. Be very tight for his 4 delivery so far. He just wants to finish it off against Nesta here.
That's a complete miss hit. It should just be 1. It's going to fall into a quadrilateral there. A bowler and 3 fielders coming in. But yeah, Simpson's now only conceded 2 off this over with the ball to go. And it's very different bowling to a new batter like Boda, who hasn't really had too much time to get adjusted to these conditions. He just slaps across this one. And we'll take a single, so Sammy will retain the strike, and after 8 overs, Bavaria are 83 for 3, and what a good comeback by the young man there, Zach Simpson.
Fantastic comeback, fantastic previous 3 overs. I don't think we've got 1 left. Looks like we do.
Yeah. Getting ahead of myself. Well, the 1 might make all the difference because this has been lifted up, and Simpson, well, he almost got out of that over.
Yeah.
Well, I'd already put it in the book, but in the end it won't be 2, it'll be 8 off the over.
And what he's been doing really well was dropping it just a little bit shorter, and that one just getting it wrong, too full.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate for Simpson, but still, you got to say that all things considered, it was an excellent second over, getting the big wicket of Reyes, and now it's 89 for 3 off 8. And look, big shout out to some of these giants, some of the younger players. Harry Scott getting the big wicket of Ian Lattin, and then Zach Simpson getting the big wicket of Reyes. So it's nice to see some of the up-and-coming giants being trusted and coming through.
Paying
and
dividends.
Level, here comes Harry Scott.
Well, that's the thing. Agella can afford to bowl him again now with full faith and confidence.
Well bowled, Harry Scott. I was just mentioning, that's a good length, that one. And especially, I think, even to Ken Roy, I think that's where you got to be, because you've seen if you get it even slightly wrong, a knee-high full toss, or if it's too short, I think you're in for a bit of punishment. Straight pull. Well, this carry, it might. Oh, nice catch by Houghton. Really nice catch. It was a mistimed straight pull shot. It was flat batted by Nesta. And Houghton, who normally plies his trade as a wicket keeper, but he's down in a key fielding position. Jeez, he made that look easy. That was a really good catch.
Yeah, made it look easy. Got down as low as you can go, Vinny, and kept his eyes on the ball right into the hands. Good catching.
Yeah, Nesta has to go, but not before a well-made 35. Only 16 balls, including 4 big maximos and a boundary. But leaves his team at 90 for 4. 10 balls remain in this innings. And Sam Houghton, well, he might even have a chance to join you on commentary tomorrow night once I'm gone. So there's something you can talk to him about.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be very pleased to chat about that. We might even be able to put it on replay a couple of times for him.
And talk about that all night. Yeah, excellent catch. But he made it look easy because he got there quickly. He judged it quickly. And what we found is, because of the nature of this field, and obviously they're not tremendously big boundaries, is that those balls that hang in the air, if the boundary fielder gets the jump on them, they can get in quickly. That's exactly what Sam Houghton did that time. Nice catch.
And understanding the conditions, using that slide along this artificial turf very nicely indeed.
New batters, Christian Lowe. Oof. And has a bit of trouble negotiating that first one. Yeah, well, the bat versus ball predicted 114. Looks like it might be a bit lower than that, and you can see why, because I do think the Giants, particularly given the personnel, they played out of their skin.
Yeah, their young players have been sensational today.
Reaches for this one, but this will be a wide and be bowled again. But how about the figures for Harry Scott? Halfway through his second over, 2 for 6.
Yeah, his dad will be very pleased. Was hoping that Harry would find renewed license to let loose in the cricket world with this series, and it looks like that's happening.
Well, this will be another wide though. Don't give him too many raps. Well, I can tell you that's Samath Boda out there that's batting, and it's his birthday today. I have had word. So, Sammy, happy birthday to you. I hope you have a great day. And hopefully we'll see him with the ball, no doubt, for Bavaria in the second half of this game. Swing and a miss.
That's a good ball.
You see
at this stage.
The wicket of Nesta making a big difference now, because you just don't have to deal with him anymore. Should we take a guess at Sammy Boda's age? He's a pretty young man, isn't he?
Yeah, he can't be older than, I want to say 19, 20.
Jeez. Yeah, 19. Nailed it. This one. Oh, is it going to be a wide? Nope. Sneaks in.
Very helpful and...
Just looked up it. The reason I gasped, because I looked up his date of birth, and it's 2003.
Oh.
So whenever I hear stuff like that.
Ouch.
But happy birthday, Samath.
When you remember the only parts of those years, that's when you know you're getting old.
Oh, this one sticks out a hand of hope to Zach Simpson, but he can't come up with any of the ball, and that's a valuable boundary for Lowe, who'd swung and missed it a couple. But that one just keeps things ticking. It's the end of the 9th over. 96 for 4, but well bowled by Harry Scott. He's been outstanding tonight. He finishes with figures of 2 for 11.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. And now it will be on Bavaria. They'll have that kind of 100-run mark in their mind, and they'll certainly want to overcome that in this over. As you can have a look at the bats ball wall, our cricket bot
predicting 114
out there. Massive ECN Laboratories computer.
The supercomputer.
It's about the size of the rocket Gibraltar.
Yeah, our power bill's gone up so much since we fired up the supercomputer that's predicting Bavaria to score 114. And 96 off 9. Not impossible. Oh, maybe should be runs here, but he's missed out on that. That was a full toss. It was a bit of a birthday present for Samath Boda, but he couldn't put it away. It's just a single.
Yeah, great. Another thing about Samath Boda is he is extremely useful. He's extremely active around here. He's always running around, even on days he's not playing, helping out.
Low gets something he can pull, and he does, but he finds the fielder. So just a single. That's another win. Lemon, who's come in, doesn't bowl with a lot of pace, but it's all about the accuracy for him. And it just makes the batsmen generate the pace. And the batters have been a bit inconsistent how they've played him tonight, but he's decent figures. 11 off 1.2 overs conceded. Hello to Wazza, who's in the chat. Hope you're well. Nice to hear from you.
Hello, Wazza.
He's down under. Short, and this one is going to go all the way. Well, Marples, he put up the Statue of Liberty hand of hope as well. He came up empty-handed as well. Excellent effort, though. He's an outstanding fielder, but that one gets over him. Maximo time, 6 runs, and that one brings up the 100 for Bavaria.
Yeah, and that will be a big relief for the Bavarian unit, overcoming that 100 mark. 3 balls left to really consolidate.
Well, that is mistimed this time. Just one again. That's one that if you get it out the middle, it's going to disappear. Well, at least Boda did cash in the birthday present ball before.
Yeah.
Last over as a teenager. Last year as a teenager for young Smart. Let's see if Lowe can get one away now. 2 to come. Pretty good shot.
Well fielded.
Yeah, they get one.
And look, nothing against Lemon here at all. I think he's bowled exceptionally well in this match, particularly his first over. He has gotten a bit of the treatment this over, but that just puts into relief how good those other younger bowlers, Harry Scott and Lemon himself, in those overs that they really contained Bavaria. And just as we say it, gets through the gate, knocks over his bails, and picks up a wicket for himself. So he ends with the figures of 1 for 19.
Yeah, that's not too bad. And he does get the wicket of Boda in the end, he was just trying to hit this for 6, and you can see why. It was the last ball of the innings. And it was full, it was straight. And Lemon, he's got both hands aloft. So Boda Handy little knock from him though. Did come up with a 6 in the last over. Ends up making 11 off 7. Low finishes with 6 and a run of ball. And after 10 overs, Bavaria 106 for 5. All about versus ball. Wasn't too far off. Just 8 runs off. Anyway, let's have a look back at the highlights of this. It's match 9 of the FanCode European Cricket T10. And Edgela, now he had bragging rights over his Costa del Sol teammate Andrew Crom, who he knocked over in the first over for just 1. And Edgela, he did set the tone, didn't he, for an enthusiastic performance by the Giants. And that was a good delivery. But Ian Lattin came to the crease, and he's a class act, isn't he? He got a couple of free hits due to some overstepping from Edgela. This one almost popped him a catch back, and you knew that Lattin was a key wicket. If he stays for any length of time, he can score very, very quickly. And along with Reyes, put together a bit of a partnership, and you thought the longer this partnership goes, it could spell trouble for the Giants. They need to find a way to break it.
Yeah, they certainly did, and Edgela just finding the edge there, and unfortunately not having a slip in, of course, for very obvious reasons. And ends up taking a little bit of punishment with Lattin there at the latter stages of his spell. Lattin is such a powerful hitter. And
yeah, they end up with, I think, about a par score. I mean, that was the big wicket, wasn't it, of Lattin, as Harry Scott was able to get and play a false shot. Zach Simpson came in. He was quite expensive in this over. So, yeah, it was a bit of each way. I mean, I think really it does end up...
That was the only really expensive over of the innings, I would say.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was more or less the result of all of these things was about what I would call an average score. But, you know, what I've liked so much in this series is sometimes players, they've had a tough over or a bit of a tough time, but they've come back. You saw it with Nadeem Hussain last night with the bat coming back after a golden duck, especially some of the bowlers that have been expensive. It hasn't deterred them. I think they understand it's part of the game in this form of the game. Marples, well, he always tries his hardest. That one, unfortunately, just getting over Edgela. And yeah, that one wasn't too far away either. It's always exciting when Vic Kenroy's at the crease. And it was Zach Simpson that came back, bowled an excellent second over. And I think that'll give him a lot of confidence, and it included the big wicket of Andrew Reyes.
Yeah, with a wonderful piece of glove work behind the stumps by Jacobs there. And then Kenroy, well, he was always going to keep on hitting, but was undone by this sensational piece of fielding.
A little flick away as well.
Yeah,
from Sam
very cool, calm and collected.
Very cool dude. And yeah, that was a nice shot by Lowe. That was the one that he got away for a boundary. And I mean, taking those key wickets always just slows things down at the end. And that's exactly what Lamond did at the end, although that one did go the journey. Marples pulled in an outrageous catch if that had stuck. And then he finished right on target with the wicket off the last ball. It was the 5th to fall. And Bavaria finished 106 for 5. And you know, one thing with this tournament, it's been very entertaining, but we haven't had too many real close finishes. It's that kind of score which does lend itself to being a close finish. But I guess we'll have to find out in the second half of this one as we have a look at the scorecard. And Reyes once again contributes over 20, 23 off 22, and Lattin 21. Came in after the early loss of Crom, but Nesta turned out to be the top scorer, 35 off 16. Maybe we'll see him at the top of the order in the second game. That's where he batted the other night. And when he left, Boda and Lowe were left to get them to the final total of 106. Just the 4 wides, 3 no balls, so not too bad there. There were the 3 overstepping no balls, which probably inflated the score slightly. I think Harry Scott, best of the bowlers, no doubt about that. 2 for 11, including 2 big wickets as well. Also wickets for Edgela, Zach Simpson and Michael Lamond. But even Marples, 2 overs, none for 22. No one really went the journey. Simpson coming back and saving his figures in that second over. So I think it's all set up for a very interesting second half of this match, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely is. We've been wondering for a few nights what the average score on this deck would be, and I think we've been posturing around about 105, 110.
Yeah.
And that looks like that's what we've got. And so it'll be interesting to see whether the Giants, when they come back, can chase that all down.
Yeah, so please join us in around about 10 minutes. We'll be back with the resumption of play. It will be the Giants hoping to make it 3 wins in a row. To do that, they'll need 107 runs off their 10 overs. I'll see you then. Until then, it's Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo along with Joe Regasani. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly for more cricket on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10. Hello and welcome back to Gibraltar on a very entertaining night of cricket so far, although we've just started. It's match number 9 in this FanCode European Cricket T10, night number 5 of 11. In fact, there's only 7 more nights, including tonight, to go with this tournament, which will culminate in the final on Wednesday, the 9th of February. And it's going to be Kenroy Nesta to open the bowling for Bavaria in defence of their total of 106. And the Calpe Giants, well, they're going to have to bat well if they're going to get there. I think it's more or less a par total, is what I'd say. And it looks to me like Robert Azzopardi is out there opening the batting at the non-strikers end at the moment. And we're going to have Paul Edgelow, the captain, on strike, so taking responsibility. I did get the whisper, perhaps. We'll see Sam Houghton batting a bit higher, so perhaps we'll see him at number 3. Of course, no Lorne Burns in the lineup tonight, who played so well the other night. Lee Rimmer, a bit of an injury concern for him as well. So, yeah, I mean, certainly the other players have stepped up so far for the Giants to keep Bavaria to 106. Let's see if they can chase it down as we get ready for the defence. And the sun, might get a shot of the sun in a second, which is just about to go down over the Western Grandstand. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. But, yeah, certainly a beautiful time of night. Wind just slightly blowing across the ground right to left. So, here we go. Giants need 107 for victory in match 9. Angela chips this away, puts pressure on the fielder who can't gather. Just the one run to get things moving. And the man moving into the commentary box next to me, once again, Joe Wigasani. And Joe, how do you like the Giants' chances in this chase?
Yeah, I'm liking them very much, despite those 2 big losses that you spoke of, Lee Rimmer and, of course, Lorne Burns, who have been in such great form. But I think they'll fancy themselves to still have the firepower within them to chase this total down. As for Bavaria, what they're going to need to do is just be really sharp in the field. The Giants didn't let too much through.
I'll let you wait. Just be one, so as a party off the mark. But what a great opportunity for some of these Giants. You know, we've got some big names missing, but we saw it the other night as well, that they weren't afraid to use the whole squad and just trying to develop the whole squad and take them to the next level. I think it's been good captaincy, and they've been really competitive in doing so as well.
Yeah, it's really good long-term planning, isn't it? Trying to build a culture here.
Well, this one gets through Edgelow. And once again, these two teammates for Costa del Sol in the Spanish Championship weekend last year. Must say a quick hello to Luke Belgium, who I noticed has joined us now. Hello, Luke. Hope you're going well. Talking about the England versus Australia in the Women's Ashes. I saw quite a significant day in that series today. This is pulled away, and the result's going to be a boundary. In fact, one's gone all the way maximal for Edgelow, as Kenroy tested out his upstairs region, but the Giants captain was equal to the task.
Yeah, jumped onto it straight away. That shot a ball right in the hitting zone, and he didn't quite middle it, but just got enough on it to still carry it all the way over the rope. And it's good to let Kenroy know that he's up to the task.
Pitch is up this time. Oh, this is a classical straight drive, as that's going to be blasted down the ground, and this is a genuine cricket shot from Edgelow. And well, we're in prime position to see that one. This one wasn't short, it was over pitched, and before Kenroy knew it, it was past him.
Gee, that's close to the best shot of the tournament for mine. We did see that lovely hitting from Daniel Guest last night. Straight drives over the top, but all along the deck, all the way for 4. Great shot.
This time it's on a length, and he's going to dismiss this one away over the leg side. So Edgelow getting the best of this first over. 16 off it in the end. He scores 15 of them, and the Giants off to a flyer. 16 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, that's just the start they would have wanted, the Giants here. And as for Bavaria, well, a few questions to ask themselves. I'm sure they had a plan coming into this as to who would do the bowling. I'd be bringing Botter on, given his great form the other night. Just has that tendency to trouble batters with some natural in-swing.
Yes, absolutely. Looks like Botter will get the ball now. The birthday boy, 19 years old.
Yeah, 19 years young.
What were you up to when you're 19 years old? Should I not ask?
I can't say it on on family-friendly viewing, I'm afraid, Vinny. I can't remember. I was in Perth.
Yeah.
I was 19, yeah.
That's not well, actually.
Nothing good happens to a 19-year-old in Perth.
Have a look at the
after
sun
1
there.
o'clock.
We'll keep a track of that sun because you'll see it'll go down super quickly. It's almost headed over the horizon of the grandstand. As Boda takes up the attack in the second over. It's a good one. Gets past as the party first ball.
He just has that nice movement into the right-hander, and if he can hit the seam as well, it is jumping back.
Yeah. That's the thing. I think this wicket's a pretty good wicket. There is something in it for the bowlers, isn't there? Especially with that hard new ball. We have seen some seam movement. Okay, it's not particularly... I'd say it's a fast track, but yeah, if you pitch it up and give it a chance, and can get a bit of that sideways movement as Boda did there. Does this time, but he loses it down the leg side. This one will be called a wide.
Yeah, it's not fast, and that does still pose questions for the batters. You've got to wait on it a little bit on the front foot and make sure that you're not through the shot too quickly. Now that the sun has gone down, we can deactivate our Velcro technology.
That's
you might
right.
be hearing in the background there.
That's good areas from Boda, who bowled really well in his ECN debut the other night in match 5. Did get a bit of the treatment from the sloggers in match 6, but yeah, still you can see he's a promising young player. Certainly built for fast bowling, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a really nice languid straight up to the crease. Not too many moving parts.
Yeah, but get a comfortable single to Andrew Reyes at mid-off. Yeah, that sun over the horizon. You know, the whole sun was up a second ago when we showed it to you. Now about half of it is gone after only 2 or 3 balls in this over.
Yeah, the degrees drop with every
by the end of the over,
centimetre,
it'll be gone. That's why it gets dark so quickly, actually, around this ground. Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. It was slightly over pitched. And there wasn't a lot of footwork here from Edgeler, but what he did do is he kept his head really still. He had a nice plane as Matt came through. Just skipped it off a little bit and it turned it into a half volley, and a valuable 4 runs for the Giants, who passed 20 in the second over.
Yeah, really interesting shot. It was almost a back foot drive, but without quite the exaggerated movement back, but just pure hand-eye coordination, and like you said, a very still head.
He didn't get carried
Good
away with
balance.
trying to hit it too hard either.
Yep.
You know, that's really smart batting by Edgeler, who had a bit of a tough start with the bat in the series, but he's beginning better and better as it's gone on. This one's hit reasonably hard, and it gets through the fielder at mid-on. It's going to be another boundary, and this is one that you feel probably should have been stopped. But Cassiaro, he wasn't able to get enough behind it, and the result's another boundary for the Giants skipper.
Yeah, once again, just standing and delivering right those fuller balls right in his block hole, and his trigger movement really taking him across the offside at the moment, Angela, making the most of that channel that Boda has been finding pretty consistently.
Nice ball of this over from Boda. And Angela wisely happy to take one and retain the strike. It's the end of the second over, and the Giants 27 for no loss. I might get a look at this sun again, because in the space of 1 over, I think it's completely disappeared over the grandstand, and so you'll see the artificial lights taking effect more and more. There's not so much of a twilight period here, is there really? Because the sky goes black pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I think I've seen 1 cloud in the entire time we've been here, so you don't get that much of a sunset.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. It's really, I'm trying to describe to you how this ground kind of changes, how the atmosphere changes around the ground. And then maybe tonight will be one of the dewy nights. We don't know. There's a lot of place in India and stuff like that.
I'm going off the local knowledge on the wind that we learned last night. The wind has changed direction today. It's definitely coming from the west.
Does that make it a dewy night?
Come
back to us on that. Here's Reyes over number 3. Goes to the leg side and finds the gap, and the result's going to be 4 more. Edgeler is on fire here in the start of the reply. Captain leading from the front. He's 28 off 9, and the Giants having no mercy on Reyes. First ball of his spell disappears for 4.
Yeah, so from what I understand, and we might have to get verification from this, I'm sure we will over the next half of the tournament, is that when the wind comes from the west, it takes away a lot of the precipitation,
Right.
a lot of the moisture in the air. So
Okay, so we should be okay.
should be okay tonight. But I might have also got that completely wrong.
Well, I'll go with you on that one. And there's a bit of chat about some news. You might have seen on the ECM website, EuropeanCricket.com. There'll be a special coin being used for ECL tosses next week. Keep it Inu coin, which is a blockchain technology that's going on at the moment. Keep in mind the Keep Inu. But yeah, got a bit of news about that. You see Reyes coming in.
It's a good ball.
He has a good look at this, the umpire, but I think he thought it was either going down leg side or perhaps going over the top. Beats the bat, but it will be a leg bite. Yeah, so this coin, it's a coin. So you know what coins look like, but what it is, it's giant. So it's about 10 centimeters in diameter. So, I mean, I'm picturing a small frisbee, basically. That said, I just hope it's made of.
So are you going to be the one? Are you just have
I-
to flick it or toss it?
Well,
Is it a two-handed
it'll
job?
probably be our tournament referee Rob Kemming that's doing a lot of the flipping.
He's got
I'll
a little
certainly be-
cart to
I'll-
carry it around with.
I'm actually big on coin tossing technique. I'll be finding the best way to do it and trying to coach him. I'm just worried if it gets windy and it gets frisbee-like, where it might end up. Hits him on the full,
Going
but
down
going
leg.
down leg. So there's a party just struggling a bit to get bat on ball here.
I really love the drift that Reyes gets with this bowling action. He really gets some turn in the air that just makes that nice deviation towards the leg side.
So some people like the back flip, some people don't like the bat flip in the BBL, but this isn't a bat flip. This is still a coin flip. It's just a giant coin. Or a small plate.
It's not
depending on what you want
it's
to call
not a
it.
giant coin shaped like a bat.
No, it's not. Well, the bat toss, I mean, there's one, as we get to the end of the power play here, it's 36 for no loss after 3. Pretty similar, actually. I think they're a couple behind Bavaria with 38 after the power play. So, yeah.
So there's wickets in hand though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, Bavaria did as well. So, I think just still...
Here we come to the crucial overs though, Vinny.
Yeah,
This
the
is
middle
where-
overs.
The middle overs.
Well, you said 5, 6, 7. Would you go as far as say 4, 5, 6, 7? You
No,
pretty much take
I think it's 5, 6, 7. I think
Yeah.
if you, especially if you're bowling your two opening bowlers out,
Yeah, that's a good point.
it's all about the first and second change bowlers.
Well, you know, they had the robot, the supercomputer had the Giants making 99
Crick
in
bot.
response. Yeah. And you can see there some of the statistics before this match that they were scoring at and what they were conceding at. Boda is going to bowl out here in the 4th. 11 came off his first over. He is a wicket taker. I think they're hoping that he can get rid of Edgela in particular, who is the threat at the moment because he has 31 out of these 36 runs. So if you remove him, it certainly changes the game significantly. Oh, this is up in the air, and this could be a chance. It's a tough one for Crom, who goes back and he drops it. Oh, and this one's going to roll into the fence. So big moment in the game. Crom, again, normally a wicket keeper, but he didn't have his gloves on that time. That one hung in the air a long time. Wasn't an easy catch, but to rub salt in the wound, it ends up being 4 runs.
Yeah, it makes me really wonder how it is to catch those high balls. I mean, that went as high as the Rocket Gibraltar. But you could see from where we were that Crom just was in. He was too far forward from the get-go.
Yeah, once you get caught under them, it's very hard to go back.
Yeah.
Handsome drive this time from Edgela. This one will just be one. Well,
Oh, get back.
he's very fortunate there
Buzzers.
as a party, who I think he's trying to be unselfish and get Edgela back on strike, but
Yeah.
there's just never 2 in this one.
But I'll tell you, yeah, exactly. Edgela just needs to tell him, look, you're out here for a reason, and you can also just trust in your own abilities. But this is a great captain stock by Edgela. He's come out batting with the kind of intent that takes pressure right off his other opening batter.
A question from Wazza. Come back to that in a second.
Yeah,
Yeah, you've got to keep eye contact as well.
I'm curious about that too, was it?
Yeah, I'll tell you why, I think. No ball called. I think it came from square leg. I'm not entirely sure. We'll just have a look. But I wonder if this was... Well, we're out of the power play, right? So it can't be for outfielders, because I think there's 3 outfielders. So, yeah, let's have a thought. It's been called a no ball. Not quite sure what for. So,
Free hit.
yeah, free hit coming up. Edged, and it's going to get over Kenroy, and it's going to end up being 4. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the no ball was for. I mean, it could have been for a number of things, but just the way it was called immediately. I mean, it could have been a front foot no ball. That's possible, but I mean, I know sometimes I get mixed up. We get the 4th over, and if they've decided to keep the field up, it's the 3 outfielders, and you think, yeah, there you go, no ball. But obviously the umpires, to be honest, they haven't really got anything wrong all week, so I bet they're all over it. Handy boundary as a party. Needed that one to get going. He's on 6. Oh, this one gets through him, and they want to run. Oh, and he might be run out here. Edgela. Oh, that's so close. Oh, my word.
I think soft call is out.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, this was unnecessary, and this is showing us a party just a bit too nervous.
Yeah, we're going to have to see this from side on, and we'll have to see it slow down as much as possible. But I think he knows he's in a bit of trouble here. Oh, I mean, I can't call it. Again, this one won't show us too much, but you see,
he's quick across
he gets his bat down. It's just a matter of it's past the line. I don't know if we got that from camera 3, but yeah, at the moment, yeah, we'll slow this down as much as possible when it comes in. You see the line there. We'll just slow it down as much as possible. About here. This one, yeah, he's gone. He is gone. It's a good call from the umpire. He's gone by about half a metre. So Edgela runs himself out. And, wow, that's a big moment in the game. You know,
that's generous as a party.
Yeah,
I think that was a false call based on being a little bit nervous.
Yeah, but Edgela was also on board with it. A bit too much on board with it, I think. And it's one thing to pinch the strike, but we're still only in the 4th over. There's a long way still to go.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just a decision that I think they'd like back. But still, he's certainly put him in a good position to win the game. He's run out for 36 of 14. And I've got to give a shout out to Bazaglo behind the stumps, who it was a good piece of work because it was a difficult take. It was down low, got away from him, picked it up, hit the target, had to hit, and yeah, just trying to sneak the strike back. He pays the penalty. Going back to Crom's catch, the reason he ends up jumping is because he misjudges it and it's back over his head. So he ended up found himself too far in. And when the ball's swirling around, I mean, you're making your best judgment about where it's going to come down. But you know, probably it's easier to come forward at the last moment. When you have to go back at the last moment, it's pretty tough. And that's why he just lost track of that one. Ended up costing him a boundary, but doesn't cost him too much more, as this is a good moment in the match because Paddy Hatchman, he's got a lot of fans out there, comes out to bat. 2 balls remaining from Boda. Yeah, it's a nice shot first up, but 3 men patrol that leg side boundary. And yeah, also I think, you know, we've got some batting to come. Houghton was really good at the end of the innings the other night as well, off some good bowling as well. A couple of boundaries off Robbie Punchal. But Louis Bruce saying, here we go, Padman. So Silva as well. Poor decision to take the run. Well, hindsight's 2020. The keeper missed, we wouldn't be talking about it. This one just sneaking outside that indication line. It's a good opportunity though, because you know, you felt that likelihood was that the captain Edgela would only take them so far, but still, a bit like the bowling, it's going to have to be a team effort, and they're going to have multiple contributors if they're going to chase these runs down.
Yeah, absolutely. Foundation set. Now it's up to the rest of the teammates. He's gone out there and given them something to work with. Here comes Botter to finish his spell.
Oh, goes for this as a party. It comes up with donuts as we get to the end of the 4th over. And it turns out to be a pretty good one for Bavaria. And the Giants are 48 for 1 after 4. But the big wicket of Edgela, that was the story of the 4th over.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell us what your favourite story is. Jumping in on the YouTube chat, of course. We've got lots of participants from all around the world. Love hearing from all of you, telling us where you're watching from and what you think of the wonderful cricketing action that we've got here on the very southernmost tip of the European continent. Sunny Gibraltar.
Yes.
Getting less sunny by the second. But
the temperature drops real quick, doesn't it, when the sun goes down. But yeah, official sunset, I'll give you the official sunset, is 6:50 local, so it's 13 minutes away. Although we've already lost it over the grandstand. But yeah, it's a beautiful time of day for sure. Great opportunity for Hatchman here, again, who's found himself batting 5, 6 around there when they've got players like Burns and Rimmer in the lineup. But yeah, gets a key opportunity at number 3. Ian Latton's going to come in with his leg spin for over number 5. Beats him for bounce, and there's a bit of bounce and a bit of turn for the spinners in this wicket, freshly laid wicket.
Yeah, no big surprise to see Latton here. You can expect that he'll take the responsibility for trying to keep these middle overs contained.
This will be a wide down leg side, but he misses out on a boundary opportunity here.
Definitely did.
Hatchman. Hello to Sam Nick, who's watching, I think from Germany. Nice to see you, Sam. Latin couldn't look with the bat. Can he do it with the ball? This one, there is some bat on it. Gets away from Grimes originally, but it'll just be one.
And I also wouldn't be surprised to see Reyes take a couple of overs.
Yeah. Just to make a quick mention, Barracuda Bob, I appreciate you're a big fan of Paddy, but if you keep repeating in the chat, then you're probably not going to be in the chat too long. But we do note it. So well bowled by Latin, and it's almost catchable for Christian Lowe at mid-wicket, but it's just to the side of him. Just one. Let's just have a look at this run rate required, which is still under the tour ball, about 11.6 at the moment. 50's up for Giants in the 5th over. So it's not out of hand, but yeah, they can't go too slowly. And Paddy says he wants a piece of it, but he might have holed out here. Oh, and it's just missed at deep mid-wicket. It wasn't an easy catch at all for Crom, who came in and feel like he got a little bit of a finger on this.
Almost the opposite to the last attempt. Just couldn't make the ground quite quickly enough.
Yeah, so half chance goes down. Quicker ball from Latin beats the bat. So that'll be a dot ball. Yeah, Avinash Pai saying about that wide down the leg side. Why was it a wide when it would have hit the batsman in his stance or hit the batter in his stance? Typically, ECN rules, anything misses the leg stump unless it's between the batter and the stumps will be called a wide regardless. It's just for consistency. This should be out, and Lowe gets it. Oh, he tried his best to drop it. It popped out, but it popped in a comfortable
He was celebrating while he was still completing the catch.
Yeah, well, that's it. I think he was just so thrilled that he did get that second opportunity, because this, for all money, looked like another one that had been grassed, or artificial grassed, by Bavaria. But he does pick up the rebound, and the result is another wicket. So Ian Latin is the successful bowler, and at the halfway point, the Giants lose their second wicket, and it's 53 for 2.
And no big surprises here. Sammy Horton coming out. Sam Houghton.
Yep, Houghton.
We're going to see strolling out to the crease. He played in a remarkable innings the other night.
Good situation to test him. I mean, he's going to be playing for Zagreb Sokol in the ECL, and he needs to be exposed to pressure situations with the bat. I'm not sure where he'll bat for Zagreb Sokol, but there's every chance, because I've heard that Brooklyn, Peter Aman, likely to be out of that side, and he was a key player for them in the Croatia series. So Houghton was playing for Srolva split in that series. I think, he might have a spot in the top 4, but he has to perform. Here's Reyes for the 6th over. Big swing. And surviving all of this is as a party, who's now 8 off 12.
He's been watching the carnage. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm probably just saying about running on the wicket, but I hope that's not what they're talking about. that will annoy me.
I can't wait for your book to come out on that subject, Vinny.
No, it'll be big font. Don't worry about it. It's an artificial
made of artificial paper.
Here's Reyes. Yeah, well bowled by Reyes. Right on the money. Houghton will get off the mark immediately. And look, we got... this almost was out. As a party, he draws the throw is what he does in the end. But we've got Kamikaze Richard out there with the running. Have a look at this. And this is the thing. You need to have eye contact with your partner. I think if that hits direct, he's definitely gone.
Yeah.
I think it's the keeper that knocks the bails off in the end. See?
All money. Yeah.
Well, interesting.
The other party continues.
Flicked away nicely. So they will only get one. Yeah, but it's a basic, and running between the wickets is even more important, I think, the shorter the form of the game. And so eye contact between the batters at the crease is super important.
Yeah, it's a partnership. It's called that for a reason. And like every good partnership, it depends a lot on communication, both verbal and non-verbal.
What are the umpires talking about here? Please make it not be for running on the wicket. Maybe something else.
It is too.
Is it for the bowler running on the wicket or the batter?
The batter.
Yeah. Not necessary. Anyway, let's get on with it. Nice shot. Good comeback after a needless warning. This one's cracked through point, and it's going to be 4, and Houghton gets his first boundary. He could be the key to this chase as this game tightens up.
Yeah, I really like this move to bring Houghton in at this moment in this situation. I think that's the beauty about the Culper Giants. Even despite missing those big players, they were able to have a look at the game situation, the game context, and they've made a good decision bringing Houghton in now.
Steps across, hits this well, but this time he picks out the fielder. Yeah, but Houghton he'll play cricket shots for the most part. I wouldn't say he's an out-and-out T10 player, but what he has done, the more he's played, he's adapted his game, and I think he knows now there's no cause to panic in this situation. He was under 2 a ball. I mean, should get 1 or 2 boundary balls and over, you'd imagine, at this level. Once turned away.
He's done well to get something onto it.
Yeah, just be a 1 though, because that's really good fielding down there.
They won't mind that. End of the over.
Yeah, end of the over. So 61 for 2. They're pretty much at that 10 and over. And so they're round about where they need to be. Got particularly Houghton at the crease, I think. So, like I said, good opportunity for him. Let me tell you just why I'm not for warnings for people running on the wicket when it's a wicket like this. Because there are some artificial wickets like the one in Barcelona at the start of last year where, okay, you might be able to do some damage or shift it when it is temporary. But this wicket and the shoes they're using, it's not going to have any effect. And what it does, it just takes the focus off of the umpire where it could be elsewhere. There's a million other things you could be looking at. And also, when we have had penalty runs given for running on the wicket, you know, it has the ability to decide games. I just don't think it's in the spirit of cricket. I know technically it's in the laws of cricket, but sometimes we talk about the spirit of cricket. And to me, you know, you can argue, oh, it's a good habit to get into, but I just think that at this level, you can maybe talk about it, but I certainly don't want to see any penalties.
So that's the introduction to Chapter 1, folks.
That's the preface. All right, here we go, and it's cut away nicely. Fielder should cut it off, and yeah, well,
Yeah.
that you got to be careful of Kamikaze Bazaglo, who's eyeing off another victim. But
no, I think you're absolutely sorry, Vinny.
Houghton does well to just decide to keep it at 1.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that, Vinny. Unless you're out there batting with spikes on, running up and down the pitch, there's not too much, especially this kind of pitch. We can count on our hand the amount of games that have been played here.
Well, this is straight up in the air. Now, who's calling for this? And the keeper decides he wants it in the end. He holds on. Nice catch. And it's Bazaglo that does take the catch. And just what was required, as that one was miles in the air. And it is going to be the end of the road for Azapati. Kamikaze Azapati, as I was trying to call him. But it is Bazaglo that has the last laugh. And the result is a 3rd wicket. The score 62 for 3.
Yeah, and this game, it takes another momentum shift with the fall of that wicket, and this will be the thing for the Giants. They definitely have the firepower out there in the form of Sam Horton. But he's going to be joined now by Dave Barley.
Yeah, Barley can bat.
Yeah.
He hasn't had too many opportunities.
He's a big, strong fella.
I do appreciate the support in chat for the waving the running on the wicket rule for batters. I should say bowlers, sometimes they need to get off the wicket because they can block the umpire's view. So that's a kind of a separate conversation. But I will say we've had some spirited ECN internal meetings about this. And let's just say some of them, I'm glad they hid the knives because I got very passionate in Germany last year about this when we saw a few penalty runs given. Anyway, all in good fun. Christian Lowe gets the bowl, and this is a nice cut shot, and it's going to be 4. And what a good start that is for Barley, who comes out and he cracks this one through backward point for 4.
Yeah, he'll be feeling really good about this, Barley. Just dropped in a bit short. It was moving away from him. Didn't have to move his feet too much. Kept his eye on the ball and splayed it through the point region.
Keep an eye on that run rate required. I think they want to keep it under 12. Which is 2 a ball. Nice round figure. That boundary helps. Nice shot by Barley. It's going straight away. Turn around the corner. This will just be 1. Not too many 2s out here, is there? Especially because of the ground being so even. You don't get too many fumbles in the outfield, and then when the throws come in, you know, even the person receiving the throw, it's the keeper or the bowler, normally has a nice friendly bounce if it does bounce. It's well hit. and finds the gap. This is 4.
Great placement.
Yeah, Houghton, he was really strong in this area the other night. He cracks this one. It's a stand and deliver job from Sam. And he moves into double figures with a nice shot through the offside.
Yeah, that's certainly one of his stronger hitting zones, Barley. And great way to get out there and make your mark on the game.
Oh, that's an amazing piece of keeping. And he looks to the square umpire who's on the other side. Well, I might see this from side on. This is one of the best pieces of keeping we've seen all week from Bazuglo, who's having a good time out there. And Houghton does well to make sure he doesn't raise that back foot, but that's top class work. Still to go down as a wide. And to be honest, it could have easily been 5 wides had he not got across. It's a really good take. So it'll be rebowled. Getting down to the pointy end of this one. Pitched up. Yeah, that's a pretty good spot. Up in the block hole. Crom does the fielding. Probably see Crom with the gloves in the second half of this one. We've seen Bavaria share their keeping duties. 2 very good keepers in their side. Anyway, it takes us to the end of the 7th over, and the score is 73 for 3. 34 required off the last 3 overs, so it's anybody's game here from the Europa Sports Complex.
And gee, went for 12 runs there, low, but took that wicket and just seems to have put enough of a clamper on that I feel the pressure will be building on these giants out there in the middle.
Yeah, but you see, the man he got was Azapati, who was 9 off 14. Did have a bunch of leg buys in there as well, which you can give him credit for. Just a reminder, we have these 2 teams playing again in match 10, Giants versus Bavaria. Bavaria won the toss and elected to bat first. And once again, I want to see the bat versus ball wall. I want to see what the prediction is here, because if the needles moved at all, we'll see Houghton behind the stumps and Crom behind the stumps in the respective teams. I'll be curious to see the wall once we see it, because they're pretty close at the moment with the predictions. Supercomputer just getting better and better as the week goes on. Here's Latin. This one got a jumps on Houghton, who's happy just to take 1. So yeah, 11 and over. You want either a 6 or 2 4s off every over. Not too many dot balls. That's what you need to stay in touch with this target.
Yeah, they're going to not get too many stray ones from Ian Latin here, so just tucking it away and finding singles wherever they can, waiting for the bad one.
Oh, it's really well bowled. It looked like a big full toss, didn't it, out of the hand?
Loopy and doopy.
He had enough overspin on that for it to kind of fall out of the sky, and he beat Barley all ends up. Did well, actually, not to fall out of his crease and overbalance there, Dave Barley. Quicker one. And it's hit nicely, but he's picked out the fielder down there. So, a bit of fortune for Bavaria, because that was hit so well. It was a few metres either side. It was probably 4, but it was nicely handled out there by Ryan Grimes. Big moment in the match now. Last quarter of the innings. Oh, he goes for it. And he gets away with it. Just the one. He looked a bit concerned there about where that had gone, because he was scared he dragged onto his stumps.
Waiting for the rattle.
Well bowled by Latin. Good control so far this over. Yeah, Latin featured with the bat prominently in their first 2 matches with 46 and 46 not out. Now the bowling, super important. There's the full toss, and it's not put away. It's just dragged down to mid-wicket for a single. You mentioned probably need a 6 or 2 4s every over to keep up with the rate. And that was probably the ball that had to go, but it was mishit, unfortunately for Marley. And this one will be hit, and it'll be hit out of the ground. Maximo! Sam Houghton, well, he wasn't going to miss out where Barley did. This one was whacked baseball style. Latin just over-pitching that time, and that one didn't come down until it was out of the ground. And that's the 6 the Giants needed to stay in this contest. End of the over, 83 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely what they needed, and Sam Houghton more than up to the task of getting that done. And yeah, they're never going to get too many wide balls from Ian Latin, but he does sort of get his length wrong occasionally. And on that time, good on Sam Houghton for capitalising.
Yeah, they're dancing now, the Worms, aren't they? They were dancing early, intertwining. Still a little bit behind where Bavaria was at this stage. Now here comes Nesta He's going to bowl over number 9. And
so it'll be him and then Reyes, I guess.
yeah, Reyes probably who they go for. Just look for some other options, but yeah, I'd say could be. All right, here we go. 24 off 12. Anybody's game. Played away nicely. Ones are a win now for the fielding team. Because it'll just slightly push the rate up.
I think Sam Houghton will like this, that he's facing Nesta. Bit of pace on the ball. Everyone should be able to find the fence a little bit easier.
He's very good against Panchal in the 9th the other day. And I think this is a good field change. I think they're bringing up a fielder into the circle on the leg side. I thought maybe they'd push. I would probably have pushed back a deep cover as well and try and force Houghton to hit across the line because he doesn't mind playing through the line of the ball. Anyway, Houghton on strike to Nesta. Does play it into that area, but it's just one this time. They think about 2, but it's not quite there. They certainly don't want to lose a silly wicket at this stage unless the risk is likely to pay off in the form of an extra run. It's not time for suicidal seconds because I think both these players want to be at the crease all the way.
Yeah, they're the ones to do it, aren't they, Vinny? Yeah, although the first 2 balls, honours go to Nesta. Only 2 runs off them.
This will be a wide. Oh, no ball. I think it might be off the pitch. I'd like to see this one again.
Well, this is Bali's wheelhouse. Free ball, free hit.
Nesta not particularly happy. Well, maybe he is happy. He's got a big smile on his face. Let's have a look at this one. It was, just hit the edge of the pitch according to the umpire. So that is the rule. And so free hit. I mean, that's a game changer as well because Bali cannot be caught off this delivery. And he misses out. Can be run out though, but Houghton is quick enough.
Gee, that was really smart bowling from Nesta. Just using coming into the crease a little bit wide from the stumps, using his angle and his height, and really angling it in to attack the pads, making it very difficult to get away.
He's been slipping a bit.
He's a smooth customer.
That was almost the Sheldon Cottrell salute, just the way that he pulled up there. Anyway, they just need a boundary. How many do they want to chase at the last over? You wouldn't think it'd be more than about 15.
Yeah, most.
14, 15.
Yeah. I think they'll be facing Reyes. So
Houghton. He goes big, and this one has got what it takes. It's got the journey. Maximo! Well, Sam is the Iceman at the end of the innings, and he just picks this one up from Nesta. It was a little bit straighter, but still, to be fair, he fetched it from a stump outside off, and he put it over wide mid-on, and a valuable 6 runs to the Giants, take them closer to this target.
Yeah, it's just great hitting as well. It wasn't too full, but it was certainly hittable for Sam Houghton, and he did just that.
Going to say a quick hello to Zishan Khan in the chat. Great to see you in there, Zishan. Hope you had a good start to the year. Right here, we've got a nail biter. 14 off 8. Houghton. Just a class cricket shot, that one. 2 to come in this over from Keynes. This one is played off the back foot. Let's get 1 here. Now I think with this kind of situation, dot balls really kill you. At least 1 kind of keeps you in the game as a batting side. Obviously, you're looking for boundaries. You're looking to push for 2s if they're there. But I think also these batters are already there. They're handling the pressure pretty well so far. You don't want to lose them. Last ball be over. Let's see what Bali's approach is here. Can really afford to have a swing at this. Oh, hit in the air. And I think they will just have a single now. They'll get 2 with the fumble.
Good running.
Yeah, so we haven't seen too many fumbles, have we? But Lowe fumbled at the crucial moment, and that has the effect of bringing Houghton on strike, who has been the leading man in this partnership as well so far. So it's 9 overs down, 96 for 3. And the Giants, they'll need 11 runs off the last over to win this match. Either way, it's been a thrilling start to the night here on night 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Even Stevens at the moment, still right to the very end. And haven't we been treated to something pretty special here? Not only tonight, but in the previous 4 days. And at the end of this match, we reached the halfway mark of the series, Vinny.
Well, this is match 9, right? So, almost. I think tomorrow night it'll be match 11. And then you'll be halfway.
Right. Yep.
Don't count your chickens before your hatch there, John.
Day early.
Fractions was my major actually at university.
I'm just trying to console my...
And I know why you said that, because Maxie said that earlier, and he was wrong as well. I corrected him. So you're not halfway done yet. Anyway, hey, Lowe's going to have to clean up his own mess, because he's the one that has to bowl to Houghton because of that fumble. Oh, this could be out. It's so close. Side on will be a really interesting replay here. But the reason is, I thought for a second that Houghton may have just raised that foot. We'll see it from side on.
Oh, he did, but he got back.
Do you think maybe his toe was on the ground? Maybe it was just his heel in the air.
back.
Slow this down as much as possible. Yeah, I think he's down. It just had a little skip, didn't it? Certainly was worth a shout from Bazaglo.
Good keeping again as well.
Now, regardless, it's a dot ball. So 11 off 5 now. And so how do you get 11 off 5? Well, you feel like you need a 6 or 2 4s. That's what I think. And then you can kind of scramble the rest. I tell you what, Bazaglo's been outstanding behind the stumps tonight. They've got 2 really good keepers in their team. We'll probably see Crom in the second half tonight. Anyway, Houghton, the Iceman, on strike. Full toss, miss hit, but it is in the gap. And, well, will they try for 2? They don't. And, well, now they... this is maybe a bit of inexperience there.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing against Barley, who's been decent since he's been out there as well. So nothing against him at all. He does have 1 boundary in his 10, but you felt like that was a calculated risk. And the keeper going after the ball, they were never going to run out Houghton if he was going to come back. So 10 off 4. Stop ball.
Oh.
Yeah, that just kind of really exaggerates the effect of the previous delivery where they didn't take a dicey 2. Maybe they should take it straight away. Maybe they could have taken it when it bounced off Bazaglo's pads. 10 off 3. Well, they need at least 1 here. Can't afford another dot ball. Oh, it gets past the keeper this time. Or this could be buys, or it could be wides. We'll wait on the umpire. It's 4 buys. So Bazaglo, it's been so good, but this is an awkward one. We'll have a look at where it is. It's full,
He's
and
come off his pad.
Yeah, it's just the movement away that actually beats the keeper, just like it beats the batter. So 4 runs from nowhere, and that's the risk when you're up to the stumps. And yeah, Bazaglo, he sets himself high standards, but he'll be really upset with that.
Yeah,
he's opened the door to the Giants, who can now win this game with 1 swing of the bat. 6 required off the last 2. Blockbuster finish. It's a wide. It's going to be a wide. Yeah, I thought for a second it might have been a bit of glove to save him, but it's not. So, extras costing Bavaria late in this game. 5 off 2 now. They can tie it with a 4. Well, this is the kind of finish we're used to on the European Cricket Network. 4 to tie, 5 to win. 2 balls to go. Barley goes for glory. It gets over the fielder. Can they stop it? Oh, he has stopped it, I think. Well, the ball's rolling away. It's going to be 4. Well, what a dramatic finish to match 9. Oh, it was an outstanding effort from the fielder to whack it away. He whacked it sideways. I think he does stop it the first time. And I think with that one, the score's going to be tied. Have a look at this here. Oh, maybe he probably had already stepped on the rope at that stage, so it might have already been 4, but all doubt was removed. And so now we've got a real golden ball chance here.
We really do. The tingle is on.
So scores are tied. If there's any score off this ball, then it will be the Giants that win. If there's no score, it's going to be a golden ball. And just go back to that, the fact that they didn't risk that too. All right, here we go. Any score wins it for the Giants. And he's bowled him. He's bowled him and it's a tie. We have our first golden ball of the year. And can you believe it? Oh, low from 0 to hero in the matter of just a couple of seconds as Barley's knocked over. And we're going to have our first golden ball of the year with the scores tied at 106. So high drama in match 9. Well, there's something about my last day on the job because this is my last night here in Gibraltar before I head up to the ECL. But now we've got a golden ball situation. And look, let's just go back to this. I mean, this is a pressure situation. Barley, it was a full toss in the end. It just drifted in. It came off his pads and hit the stumps. So low's a hero. And now, this is what's going to happen. We're going to have a golden ball. And so, for me, for sure, Houghton's going to be facing. So, any batter that's not out can face the golden ball. And then anybody will be the non-striker. So, probably whoever their fastest.
Have to be Houghton.
Yeah, well, it doesn't. Yeah, can't see it being anyone else. Takes Barley out of the equation because he's bowled. So,
Vinny, been an absolute pleasure having you here for the last previous 5 nights. I'm very, very stoked we get to see a golden ball. And even more stoked, this is my very first golden ball.
I was going to say, I don't think we've ever had a golden ball before in a night event.
We have not.
So, history being made. Well, spare a thought for Bali. That over had everything. It had buys. It had what looked like to be a really good stop, but it turned out to be 4. Now, the other question is who's going to bowl it? Because anybody can bowl it from Bavaria.
I'd give it to Botter.
Okay.
That would be my call.
Lowe just survived the last over. Would he be? Yeah, I mean, Botter would be a good call. This is what's happening.
It's his
Golden
birthday.
Ball. This is Golden Ball number 25.
Botter on his birthday.
Yeah, Golden Ball number 25. So far, and 2021 was all about the fielding sides. The fielding side won a bunch of them. I think it was 11-3 in the end in 2021. And we're about to see what happens here. So looks like Marples has come out to run.
And what have you learned, Vinny, in your Golden Ball experience about field placements?
Keep you cool.
What's the best thing to do?
You know they're going for 2, so you probably, if you're an outfielder, you have to come in a little bit off the boundary, and also kind of have your plan. So normally fire a good throw to the keeper because you know the non-striker, he's going to be off. He's going to be trying to get 2, and the striker has to kind of start with the shot. So, Jesus, it's high pressure. I think from memory, the bowling side have won the last 7 in a row. So can Iceman Sam break the
trend?
Yeah, break the trend. Yeah, well, I'm just super excited to get the first Golden Ball of the year. And we're still in the first week. And I think Ian Latton's going to bowl it, I think.
Interesting choice. So
spin on the Golden Ball. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean,
so you can imagine
he's
it's going
bowled
to
well
be...
tonight, Latton.
He has. He doesn't stray too far down leg or outside off. It's just whether he puts it in nice and full.
It's the last time a batting team won a Golden Ball was the 28th of May, and it was in Germany, and it was a missed run out basically as well. I remember that was in the quarter final between the Bayer Uerdingen Boosters and the Düsseldorf Black Caps. That was the 4th beating first on a Golden Ball to go through to the semi-finals. So, I mean, just imagine how these players will be feeling right now. Latton's going to go around the wicket.
Interesting choice as well. He hasn't bowled around the wicket the entire series.
It's a Golden Ball. Golden Ball number 25, the first in night cricket. They need 2 to win. He hits it straight. They're going to go for 2, I'm sure. In fact, it's going to be 4, and they're going to win the game on the Golden Ball. And the batters are back in 22. The Giants winning it on the Golden Ball. Iceman Sam Houghton is the hero. And there you go, your first taste of the Golden Ball, Joe. And it's the batting team that get the win. And the Giants win it in a thriller. What a match of cricket.
Yeah, what a match of cricket. Just missing a trick there, I feel. Latton coming around the wicket, dropped it in too short, allowed Sam Houghton that space to just play the straight pull shot right down the ground. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, over the rope, 4 runs and a victory on a Golden Ball.
Well, Corey's straight into him. He's already sent me a message saying you got to have a fielder behind the bowler these days. That's Corey's fielding position. Yeah, they did have the long on in place, but Houghton, he just plays it on height, plays it on bounce basically, and he gets enough of it. And, well, he is the Iceman under pressure.
Yeah.
Sam Houghton.
He's been good, hasn't he?
Oh, adios, amigo. That's the end of what's only the first half of the game. As we have a look at the highlights, what a start. We thought it'd be a close contest between these two. And chasing 107, you felt the Giants were a 50-50 chance. Well, we were about to find out how close these two teams really were, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was Paul Agella at the start who came out firing rockets. He was hitting everything on all sides of the pitch as well. Beautiful. One of the most glorious shots we've seen in this series so far.
Corey's also told me
drive down the ground.
Shades of Michael Bevan versus the West Indies in that very famous match from the early 90s.
Seared in my memory, that one. I remember exactly where I was watching that.
It was a really, really similar shot, wasn't it? But, I mean, Boda, birthday boy, well, he'll be disappointed that he wasn't on the winning side this time. But, geez, doesn't it set up a rematch here in the second half? But how about Edgela? I mean, the way he came out, he really put them in a position to get close to this target with 36 of only 14 balls. And while he was there, you felt they could do it with time to spare.
Yeah, you certainly did. He is looking in great form at the moment, and they managed to stay out there for a while. Despite a few missed chances, that was a very difficult catch. Just the fielder Blaze Cook coming in too close to the ball and having to jump back and ending up missing it.
Well, I'm just thrilled we got another Golden Ball. We've had to wait for between drinks a few times last year, but this one we didn't have to wait too long. Now this is the moment that Edgela gets run out. He did really well there, Bazaglo, to get the glove off and throw the stubs down. Latton, I mean, he bowled really well, to be honest, in his 2 overs. He only conceded 15, and along with Reyes, he was the most economical of the two bowlers. That was a nice catch by Lowe. Eventually, that brought Houghton to the crease, and his day was about to get interesting.
Yeah, those middle orders were a bit of a constriction job. These two had to knuckle it out and just keep turning the strike over. Some really good work behind the stumps. All innings there by Bazaglo, and taking a nice catch there. The Sky attempt and making sure of it.
Yeah, it did well to hold his nerve there. But yeah, Lowe ended up having to bowl the last over. Before that, Barley got off to a good start with the boundary. And yeah, Latin still, he did a good job, although just the occasional loose delivery. That was the start of his battle with Houghton, who seemed to have his measure. But yeah, well, the golden ball, that's a quarter of a century of those now. We've had 25. Ken Roy, well, he was moonwalking his way through the second half of this match. And well, gotta love K-Ness. He loves his cricket. This is a nice shot by Houghton, and they needed 24 off the last two overs, and you felt even then it was a 50-50 game. And this was 4 buys. You just know Bazaglo will be thinking about that for a while as well. That's 4 they probably didn't deserve, as it just got past the keeper. But take nothing away from the keeping of Richard Bazaglo, which was outstanding throughout this innings, but he'll remember that innings for that moment. And then we got down to the last gasp, and this one was a 4. I mean, it would have been a really interesting call had that not gone to the rope. So they needed any score off the last ball. Barley gets bowled off his pads, and the scores were tied at 106. And then we had our first golden ball of the year, and they were pumped. Bavaria, it's a roller coaster of emotions, the golden ball experience, because that kept him in the game. Latin, the captain, took on the challenge, and Houghton, well, if he mishits that as well, it's probably not going to be enough to win the game, but he got it close to the middle, and in the end, a memorable win for the Culper Giants.
Yeah, and showing his experience as well in this format, Houghton choosing to hit it back over the bowler's head. Great choice of shot, and reaping the rewards because they come out victors, the Giants, this time against Bavaria.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy shot either. He had to manufacture it because it wasn't a bad ball from Ian Latin. It was, by no means was it a bad ball, but in the end, in regulation, it was 106, and Edgelart with 36 off 14. But I have a feeling that after that, maybe Houghton's edged him out for the player of the match. Although Edgelart, I do have to say, bowled very well. So he may end up with that honour, but I don't think they'll be too worried. They'll be happy to get the win. That makes them 3 and 2 and puts them in a good position to push for higher honours. I think they've got their eye on that top 2 position and automatic entry into the finals. And then Barley, well, take nothing away from his effort as well. He was able to get 14 crucial runs at the end, although he was bowled off the last ball of regular time. And with the ball, Lowe, 2 for 18. He was able to come up with the miracle delivery, the miracle result on the last ball. And also 1 for 15, Latin, I think, probably best of the bowlers, except he'll be so disappointed to have not defended the golden ball. Reyes as well, pretty economical tonight, going for only 15 off his 2 overs. Well, Joey, congratulations on your first golden ball, and may there be many more to come on the night series this year. But we're going to take a quick break here. You don't want to miss the next game, match 10. We're starting in just over 15 minutes' time. Hope you're having a golden evening wherever you're watching around the world. But until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Joe Regasani. We'll see you shortly for more golden excitement. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10.
And a very warm welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex. I'm Joe Wegasani. We're here on the very southernmost tip of the European continent watching some very fine nighttime cricketing action. Well, we just had an absolute blockbuster finish to our first match of this evening's play between Bavaria and the Kolbe Giants. Came down to our very first golden ball in 2022. And also our very first golden ball for our night series cricketing action. So one for the record books, and certainly one I'll never forget. And it was unfortunately for Bavaria, the Giants, who took the honours. That very last ball, Sam Houghton managing to hit a shortish one straight back over the opposing captain's head, all the way down the boundary for 4 to take the victory point. And then we can have a look at the bat versus ball wall generated by Crickbot. Our ECN supercomputer is calculating that Bavaria can expect to score 105 and Kolbe Giants 99. So interesting to see how Crickbot has assessed the last result to come up with that prediction. Let us know what you think in the chat on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network. Right, that's all in the past now, and it's going to be all starting from square one again for both these teams. We've got the Bavaria 11 coming into bat, and there'll be a little bit of a change in their order. Reyes is going to be out there again, but so too is this man, Andrew Crome, who we can expect to also take the gloves in the Giants innings. But he's with the bat, and he's going to be facing Paul Agella, who's been bowling pretty well, batting even better. He was sensational in laying a foundation for that Giants innings. But he's got the ball now, and we're all ready to go. Let's play some cricket. What a great first nut from Agella. Just gets that lovely movement right to left, but then catching the seam and dipping back into the right-hander. I've thrown away any chance I've got at a future career in meteorology because I was talking about the wind direction and the condensation. We'll get back to that in a moment. So this one, bit of a slower ball, but it's full toss and it's being spanked over cover. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, over the rope, 4 runs. Bavaria get off the mark. So too does Chrome with that first boundary of this match. Yeah, I was relaying information I had about the wind, so we've got a different directional wind tonight, but we've got even more condensation, even more dew settling on everything, as that is a rank wide delivery from Agella. Just lost his footing there, and a pretty good effort in the end behind the stumps by Houghton to get something to it, preventing any more than just the one extra. Agella in, he'll have to bowl that one again, and that's a better one, and just full face of the bat there from Andrew Crome. Taps it away to the offside and sets off for a quick single. Yeah, it's been a wonderful evening cricket, as of all the evenings we've had here in Gibraltar. It's just night after night, these players fronting up, and their enthusiasm is infectious. Just so happy to be playing cricket on this wonderful little peninsula. It's only about 7 square kilometres. Took a big walk through it today. Walked from the hotel in Spain all the way across the border, and it continued going from north to the very south. Took about an hour and a half walking to cover the entire territory. Here comes Agella. Oh, that's right on the money. Good ball. Looking for the Yorker. Wasn't quite threatening the stumps, but full and not easy to play. Rays did a good job to get the bat down to it and prevent any serious damage. So a good tussle here, and that one's short and wide. He's gone for the pull shot. Thinks there might have been a bit of glove. Umpire gives it a good look. He hasn't called a wide. Seems to think that might have hit Ray's hand, or not his hand, his arm, his forearm, so not technically part of the bat. But Angela certainly was asking eagerly, how is that umpire? Not out, said the umpire. Here we go. Another great ball. Fuller again. And Ray's just hitting all around it as it passes through to the keeper's gloves for no run at the end of the first over. Bavaria, they've come into bat first. They won the toss. And after 1 over, they're 6 for nothing. And it'll be interesting to see what happens now. It looks like we're going to have Lee Sims. So he's back. Lee Sims. And he's got the duties to bowl out this second over. He comes now, so short and wide, outside off, called as such by the umpire. Extends his hands and says, this is how far you have to stand apart in a pandemic, and that is also a wide. Just wonderful excitement all around this ground at the moment as Lee Sims comes in. No ball, he's been called. Looks like the front foot was breaching the line as he's just being shown there. No, it might have been a back foot. Back foot, no ball. So, doing a great job, these umpires here in Gibraltar. Really great standard of adjudication. As that one is a much better line, and the big cross-batted swipe from Chrome yields nothing. So Lee Sims, despite that no ball, doing a pretty tidy job here. He has, of course, only bowled the one legitimate delivery in this over. Here he comes for another. Oh, and Chrome comes down the pitch and tries to meet the full face of it. Almost ends up yorking himself, but gets enough of the bat on it to poke it out to the onside and get a single. And a big hello to everybody out there, wherever you are around the world. So many active participants in our chat. As that one's been hit straight up, up, up and away, all the way for the first 6 of the innings. Didn't take the opposing skipper, Paul Algella, signaling it there to let everyone know that had gone all the way. 6 runs. So just retrieving the ball, making sure it's all in proper nick at the moment. Yeah, it's a still night, so we do have that different breeze tonight coming from right to left as opposed to the previous 2 nights where it's been coming left to right on your screen. We have seen a bit of movement in the air because of that. Got a bit of a delay in proceedings here. Try to set the scene. It's another clear night. That's all we're getting here in Gibraltar. Very clear evenings. We've got the faintest sliver of a moon that you could imagine hanging over this beautiful sporting complex. Seems to be such a bastion of Gibraltarian sporting culture at the moment, this area. Of course, we've got cricket on at the moment. It also caters to rugby and football and all the other sports that we like when cricket is not on. So that one is Fuller and driven into covers, and a good stop there. So no run added. That was you might have heard the crack off the bat. It's a very well-timed shot. So Chrome facing now. Oh, he's pulled that one away. It's skied high in the air, but the fielder running around from fine leg cannot get to it on time. As it bounces once, twice, thrice. Over the rope, 4 more runs. It's Andrew Chrome. Yeah, got a big top edge on it, but hit it with enough force that he was able to utilise the fact that we are still in the power play, of course. So very little protection outside the ring. We've got third man and sort of sweeper on the offside out on the rope. Comes down the pitch now and spanks that. Absolutely batters it across mid-wicket, flat and straight and hard, all the way over the rope for 6 more runs. Some good, fierce batting there. He was coming down the pitch, and Lee Sims was pretty smart to try to dig it in short. But Chrome were more than up to the task of making connection and picking up maximum value. Good batting. So the end of the second over comes to a close. Bavaria have moved all the way to 26 for nothing. They are certainly in a good spot to build something here, and someone else is in a good spot. This man sitting right next to me, he's just come in after a nice cup of soup.
Yeah.
Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, how are you, Vinny?
I'm still on a bit of a giddy high after that first game. Can't wait for this rematch now. You saw that on the table why it was so important, that first match and even this one, because these two teams were level in points coming into tonight's matches. Edgela to continue.
And he's bowling the raise. He lifts it straight up and down the ground, and he's going to make it all the way to the fence with one bounce over the rope. So it wasn't quite the cleanest hit he's ever played, Reyes. He got enough on it. Almost a leading edge.
Yeah,
big strong man.
Yeah, he knew that mid-on was back, but mid-off was up. So he knew that if he wasn't quite there, then that's where he had to try and put it. So yeah, got a bit of quick decision making there. Gets away with it, 4 runs.
And he goes on the onside this time, right up in the air, and there's a man under it. It's Lee Sims. Can he hold on? Unfortunately not, as it falls through his fingers as he falls to the ground. Takes a tumble. Ball rolls out. 1 run added.
Oh, I'll tell you what, these high balls at night, there's an eerie feeling about them, and that was super high. Lee Sims was the man that found himself down in that area. This time he does try and take on the mid-on. I suppose he wins, in a sense. Reyes gets a double.
Yeah, Lee Sims just reflecting on the over that he bowled already. He'll be looking to get past that drop catch. Here comes Agella, right in the money again, but tucked away. Dug out from the toes on the onside. They're coming back for a second as well. It's some good running.
Yeah, really good running. A few people comparing Reyes to the Gibraltarian version of Paul Sterling from Ireland. He's wearing the right colours. Yeah, those high balls. I mean, the night sky, exactly dewy conditions, as you mentioned. You predicted no dew, didn't you, Joe? But
yeah,
my keyboard, condensation's telling a different story.
As that's the top edge, all the way down to square leg. Man sits under it and takes it safe as houses. Well, it wasn't the most conventional style of catch, but he watched it right into the hands and he snaffled it up. First wicket falls, and it is Reyes.
Man, what an excellent catch. I mean, he was certainly conscious of where the boundary was. So I think he didn't want to be in that position where he had to kind of lurch backwards at the last moment, which we've seen a couple of times. But yeah, big wicket of Reyes. So Edgela, who is a wicket taker, is the man that removes the first Bavarian of the night. His first wicket down, 34 for 1. But you'd have to say that Dave Barley, who he didn't have a great finish to that last game, as he was bowled off the last ball when the scores were tied. But he's redeemed himself very early in match 10, and he takes a crucial catch to remove Reyes, who's been in good form all week.
Yeah, absolutely crucial catch, and could be a big moment in this game, albeit for the fact that this man means that this man is coming out to the crease in Latin. He's had his second child on the first night of this ECN series beginning. So big congratulations to the Latin family. Followed it up with a couple of 46s. Didn't do so well in the last match. This one he just tucks off the hip and it sets off for a single.
Yeah, Latin will be out to prove a point, won't he? And he took on the responsibility as the captain. And look, he was the equal most economical bowler in that 10-over innings. So he decided to come on and bowl the golden ball. Probably feeling that he could get it right. It'd be tough to score 2 or more off. Houghton was equal to the task. So I'm sure that Latin will be hoping to make amends in this game.
Just as that one.
Yeah, just whistles past the outside edge. It's Edgela, he asks, and I have a feeling it's a little bit of a noise as that went past, but not enough to convince the man that matters. That's the end of the third over. That's a really good seed that's come in and certainly decked away. Houghton is back behind the stumps. Hero of the last match. Well, the two heroes combining there. Well bowled by Edgela. who does come up with a crucial wicket again. He finishes with 1 for 15, and at the end of the power play, it's 35 for 1.
Yeah, just saying in the chat, we've got Bubba Khan in there. Big hello to you, Bubba.
Hello, Baba. Tuning in from Barcelona, no doubt.
Yeah, one of our very favourites. Not only in the cricketing sense, but in the general all-round great human sense.
There he is. He's a good man, Baba. And yeah, it's hard to believe. A year ago, next week, we started that 5-week Barcelona series, the start of ECS in 2021.
So Lorne Burns now, and he starts with an absolute pearler. Drifts it in, turns it away, beats the bat, beats the keeper. Unfortunately, one leg by added.
Yeah,
This
Burns.
is a great way to start.
Burns is a big in. I mean, that's a really good delivery. That shows you. It's been a bit hit and miss in this series with accuracy, but it's a really good one first up.
Yeah, that's right on the money. So he will be a big in for this match, you feel. Just adds that extra piece of firepower to their lineup. Short and outside leg, and Sam Harton does a good job to get across and prevent any other undue sundries being taken. And this one just dabbed away behind point, set off for a quick single.
Yeah.
Most convincing of strokes, but
Another Costa del Sol shootout with Burns versus Crom. Yeah, now Latin versus Burns. This will be a high quality matchup as well.
so this time it's just punched off the back foot again, down to backward point. And one more run added.
Run rate's pretty good at the moment, above 11. We'll have a look at the bat versus ball in a second. See what that's predicting.
This one, he's chipped it up off the pads, down to mid wicket. Another run added. So they're dealing in singles at the moment.
Yeah.
Area.
Just Burns, you're just hoping he gives you a bad ball, I think.
Yeah, I think
his
it's-
good balls are pretty difficult to negotiate.
That's what it's an indication of, indeed. Just good bowling. So he goes down the pitch. A something chance. It's well taken by Houghton, and he has been given. Well, that was money for jam for Burns, because he was like right in the spot where if the Latin was going to dance down the pitch, a bit of Latin dancing. Well, unfortunately, he missed a beat, and that is well taken by Houghton, taking the stumps off and sending him packing.
Yeah, and it was well taken. And he wafts that bat back, but the umpire was in the perfect position. So Houghton, he's been in everything tonight. And I tell you what, I'm sure that Ian Latin will want to see the back of Sam Houghton tonight, because he's been his nemesis. First he hits him for 4 on the golden ball, and then he stumps him and ends his innings before it really gets started. And Bavaria 40 for 2, the end of Latin for only 2, and that is a huge blow for the Giants, who are looking to sweep this mini-series and go 2 games clear of the Bavarians.
Yeah, massive blow. He's such a dangerous player, and he'll be disappointed tonight. He's just not been able to fire with the bat. But this man has been doing quite the job. Okay, Kenroy Nesta coming out to take his place, facing one final delivery from Burns' first over. Running the money again, a bit fuller, but Kenroy just gets his foot to the pitch and plays the straight face of the bat to it. No run added. That's the end of Burns' first over. He's on 1 for 4. And Bavaria, after 4 overs, they're 40 for 2.
Yeah, great over, especially in these slightly slippery conditions with the dew in, despite Joe's predictions of no dew. And I will remind you of that a few more times as my stuff gets wetter and wetter here. But yeah, I mean, the bat versus ball wall, we saw in the last game, predicted a pretty close game, and I was predicting it to be even closer this time. We had a 106 tie. This time, it's predicting Bavaria to get some revenge, 105 to 99. So, interesting with Burns back in the side for Giants. Maybe that moves the needle a bit, but certainly that's an indication that there's not too much between these two sides, as was the golden ball in match 9.
Look, Vinny, forecasting is all about saying things with conviction and like you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, the robot's very good at that.
And the robot certainly does that well. As that one from Marples, who's coming to the attack, is straight down the leg side.
Speaking of predictions that aren't especially accurate, Dave Coram in the chat was predicting a big 50 from Latin, and he went for just 2. So maybe, Dave, you might have a future in commentating with those kind of cursing skills.
All I want to say is that in a couple of days, so we'll just wait for Marples to deliver this. And that's a big top edge over the keeper's head, and the man at foot's third man does really well to get a hand to it and prevent it going to the rope.
Oh,
there might be
no.
a mix-up here because Chrome has run back down to the pitch. Nesta was caught napping, and he
What happened
just
here?
makes it back in time. I think Sammy Houghton He tried to roll it back, just couldn't roll it back accurately enough.
Houghton, for all of the good things he's done this week, he's missed 3 stumps from 3 metres about 10 times, and I hope Nestor's all right here.
Yeah.
I think he's either laughing or crying. Not sure, Big K-Ness. Just have a look at this. I mean, first it was an edge, but where did it all go wrong? Again, I think it's to do with the fact they weren't really looking at each other. See, Kenroy looks away, and then by the time he looks back, certainly, Crom would have been gone. Nestor probably made it. I think he's all right. He's got a big smile on his face, which is the way Kenroy normally plays this cricket. And Costa del Sol rivalries from both teams. And these two trying to put together a partnership. Crom on strike.
So this one from Marples Fuller and taken away really nicely off the pads down the square leg region. 1 run added.
Crom needs a bit of luck tonight, though. He hasn't had much go his way. He had a couple of outfield chances that he wasn't able to grasp, and then getting knocked over by Edgeler early, and then the first ball of this innings, he almost lost his stumps again. So let's see if AJ can come good here.
So this time chasing Nestor, who manages somehow to get it away. Fine leg and some fancy fielding out there on his back. The overhead flick doesn't result in preventing more than the 2.
Zach Simpson certainly got his own way that he goes about things. It's again really fun play to watch. So I often say you won't find this kind of entertainment anywhere else in the cricket world.
So Marples this time, good line. Just slapped away through the point region. 1 more run, so dealing in singles yet again. And this is a good little bit of restriction containing bowling from Joey Marples at the moment.
Marples is a class act, isn't he? He always does what's asked of him. We saw him start the tournament with a moment of brilliance as he ran out Avinash Pai on the first night.
Just really asking the questions there. Full of ball looking for the Yorker. Sammy Houghton slipping and sliding away. Retrieves the ball.
I think the players enjoy a bit of dew on this outfield because they can slip and slide around, which can be off-putting, but also
you don't get muddy.
Use it to your advantage.
There's no mud to speak of. Yeah, that is certainly so. My prediction in coming days, Vinny, as Marples comes in. And that one's cut away uppishly through the covers. Well, he's just spanked that 1 bounce over the rope, 4 runs to K-Ness.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to say in a couple of days is with a complete authority that when the wind's coming from east to west, it actually gets more dewy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. That was a bit late for me, though, because I left all my stuff on the table. But
we've learnt about it now.
That's fine. Hey, it brings up the 50, though. That's a nice shot by Nestor, wasn't it? I love the way he waited for that. I think sometimes he's just mistimed balls outside the off stump, but there's nothing wrong with that one at all. And it finds its way to the boundary. So 52 for 2 at the halfway mark. And it will be Zach Simpson. Well, this should be fun. Zach Simpson versus Crom, and then particularly Zach Simpson versus K-Ness. I want to see that because it was Nestor that touched him up earlier. 19 off this and over at this stage. So let's see if Simpson can have a different result this time.
And now full of ball and just slapped away on the onside. There's lots of protection out there. 4 fielders on, or 5 fielders on the leg side.
He's got a bit of a jump in his action for a leg spin, a bit like former Australian spinner Peter Sleep back in the 1980s. Nestor, Captain Sensible now, just going to take a 1.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see the bat to ball wall predictor, because I think what they set Bavaria was 110 thereabouts. I'd like to see that again, because that one is glanced away behind point for 1 more run.
Predicting 105. So yeah, it's pretty much the pace they're on at the moment. No Latin for Bavaria. That's going to hurt them a bit, you think?
Well, that's a good ball with good drift. Just looked like it was going to be a full toss. Just dropped quickly on Nestor. He did pretty well to dig it out and set off for a single.
I like what I'm seeing from Zach Simpson here. He seems to be getting better and better as this goes along. He's 22 years old. Young player.
So he gets it on the money again. It's pulled away and right down the throat of the fielder there at back with square leg. And he has picked up another wicket. Zach Simpson is on fire at the moment. He's got 1 for 4, and
this is what I love about this series,
56
Joe.
for 3.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I love about this series. The fact that players get more opportunities, and Simpson bowled an over at this time in the first match. It just didn't go well against similar batters in the batting order, and now he's certainly made the most of it. And Barley takes catch out there, so he's turning his night around as well. And Bavaria, despite run rate being acceptable, they have lost a couple of key wickets. And with that one now, it's 56 for 3.
Yeah, so this still, well, we know how evenly matched these two teams are, and this just feels like it's got makings for that as well. Just all depends if Bavaria can keep going at this fairly healthy run rate, just under 10 runs and over.
10 to 11's par, I think. Yeah, 105, 106. Seems about right.
Lace Cook, who's come in?
Yeah, it's actually, it might be Robin Petrie that's come out.
No,
to the side.
Ball. Cuts it away and it's fielded there. It covers, but cannot prevent the single. The fielder at cover having it in.
Yeah, Robin Petrie comes into the side. Wasn't in the last game. Oh, I have to give you some injury updates.
Yeah,
right. Okay, as we get to the end of the 6th over, that was a really good one. Really good one from Simpson. Only concedes 5, and the score's 57 for 3. So, do you remember, guys? I think it was 2 nights ago that Christian Rocker, or the Rocker Gibraltar, as we were calling him, he was going along quite nicely, opening the batting for Bavaria, and then he was hit by a ball when he was running between the wickets. It hit him in the calf, essentially.
As he was diving.
Or we thought he was diving. Anyway, now here is the latest on that. He wasn't diving, he was falling, and the reason he was falling is he tore both of his hamstrings, not one, but both of his hamstrings when he was running, and when he fell, not dived, when he fell and was hit by the ball, he also broke 2 ribs. Coming back to that in a second. Here's Lee Sims, swing and a miss. So he did retire hurt, and we all just thought it was just because he got hit by the ball. Now, he had 2 torn hamstrings, he had 2 broken ribs, and a bruised leg from the ball hitting him. And he still fielded 20 overs.
Yep.
And he was the stationary fielder the other night. And thankfully, he's not in the 11 tonight.
Nobody is around. He's come down.
Yeah, he's here.
That one slaps it back down to long on for another single.
He's 12th man. So I said, are you going to be running on drinks? And he said, well, I won't be running. That's what he said to me. But, I mean, how's that for some courage, though?
Yeah, courage, commitment.
You ever heard of someone tearing both their hamstrings in the same run?
No, I haven't. Or breaking ribs at the same time.
Unbelievable.
It's for the love of the game, that's played really nicely by Nessa. There is a man there to stop the boundary, and they give him some very warm applause. All his teammates love that, didn't they?
Yeah, popular players, Zach Simpson. I love the way that the older players are getting around the young players. That's what healthy cricket clubs do.
It's culture, isn't it?
Yeah, make them feel part of the action. And Simpson, he's delivered with the ball as well tonight.
So lots of shouts of poor Rocky coming in on the chat. He's absolutely clobbered, and he's going miles in the air and miles beyond the rope. 6 runs. Petrie getting in on the act.
Yeah, well, that's how you hit him. And he's come into the side. Robin Hood in the green. And this one, bang. Well, there wasn't too much wrong with that ball, but he timed the underwear off it. Really almost flew all the way to the grandstand.
Really opened his stance up, didn't he? So even though the ball wasn't on the leg side, he was just able to pull it away really effectively. A great response there from Lee Sims.
Really good comeback. And that was just a little bit fuller, I think. We couldn't really hit across it comfortably. Dizzy in the chat. Hello, Alex Discia. You're wondering what the par score is. We were just talking about it. We think about 105. Seems to be about a par score.
Well, he's driven again, but only as far as long on. He's hitting him very, very hard. Petrie.
Yeah, he whacked that, didn't he? End of the over. So 66 for 3. Well, only, how many more sleeps? I'm losing track of days. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 4 more sleeps. 4 more sleeps until the European Cricket League hits our screens. And I'll be there. I'll be there with Rico, and also Corey will be helping us out for week 1. And there's the fixtures actually for the first round robin, which is Group A. There's 3 days of round robin, then a Super Thursday, then Finals Friday, and only one of those teams that you see will make it through to the 6th week with the Championship week. Starting up with the English club, Tunbridge Wells, English T20 champions versus Svanholm. We did see Svanholm back in 2019, and they lost the semi-finals. ACT from Austria against Star from Luxembourg. Oh, this is a wicket start, and Petrie looks so good, but he won't crack double digits, and well, Burns does it again. What an inclusion he is to bring into your bowling lineup, and Petrie, a promising innings, is cut short. He's out for 9 and at 66 for 4.
Yeah, he's had a good day. Burns came in, didn't have to play the first match, got to have a good feed, and he's come out on absolute fire. Very, very relevant to his name. He's another Burns victim because that was not a ball for pulling.
Yeah, and he gets a bit lucky here, Burns, as well. It wasn't a bad ball, but you see the footwork takes him away from the ball, gets him reaching, just wasn't in position to play that. Probably easy to cut that and try and pull that. He pays the penalty, bottom edging onto his stumps. So, yeah, I mentioned Austria versus Luxembourg. Well, they're pretty close together as well, aren't they? Central Europe and Western Europe, I suppose.
Austria and Luxembourg.
Yeah.
Are close to each other.
Well, I mean, it's not like a Sweden versus Spain situation.
Okay.
Well, I mean, just, for me, it's close. I come from Australia.
But Western Australia, no less.
That's true.
Yeah.
And here's the other team, Dreux. We can see Dreux from France. And he's got the quickest 100 on ECN. He did it on the second day wherever in existence.
Yeah, that's a lot of elite talent in that tournament. We can't wait for it, Vinny. I don't know why you're losing count of the sleeps needed. It's because you can't sleep, mate.
No.
Up all night, pacing around.
Well, I'll actually be up there tonight. I'm heading up after this match. So I just want to thank everyone from Gibraltar for making me feel so welcome. I may be able to get down here before the tournament ends. I'm hoping, maybe. It just depends how we go with the preparations for ECL.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. We'd love to see you here again. Of course, we'll always keep a seat warm for you here at the beautiful Europa Sports Complex as we watch the remainder of this series unfold before our eyes. And what's unfolding is a fantastic spell from Lorne Burns here. 2 for 5. He's got 3 balls left, and that is an absolute perler. He just gets fantastic shape. Ball getting a lot of air, dipping in, coming back at the right-hander, and then spinning away.
I'll be watching them, that's for sure.
Are you just looking at a
I'm
map
looking to see exactly how far they're apart.
Fair enough.
Watch out, here comes some K-pop as he sweeps this one. It's a nice shot. It's another Costa del Sol and Costa del Sol matchup, and this time Kenroy pulls out the big broom and he sweeps Lorne Burns for 4. That's the way to put out the fire.
Now, I think looking at that map, we're both suffering biases. I'm suffering Netherlands bias, where I live in the smallest country in Europe.
Looking at the map, the reason I said that they're near each other because they both border Germany. But I was just trying to work out how wide Germany was at that point. But I'm going to still say that they're pretty close. But they're not neighbours. I'll give you that much. They are separated by
Germany.
Significant country.
That one is going to be a wide. Probably the first bad ball that he's bowled, Lorne Burns. He's only got 1 legitimate delivery left.
Now I'm looking at all these other countries. Where would we like to go? They haven't gone yet. I'd love to go to Poland. I guess it just depends.
Poland's a great country. Lorne Burns does the job again. Unfortunate not to pick up a 3rd wicket.
I'd love to get another Estonian series off the ground. We did get one in 2020. It was only a 2-dayer. Mr. Muscles, Stuart Hook up there. As Ken Wright swings and misses at that.
So at the end of 8 overs. And the score is 72 for 4. Bavaria, yes, Estonia would be a great place.
Great. They've got some good things happening with their cricket up there as well. Plans for another big pavilion.
Yeah, one of the flattest countries around as well. Always easy to find a field
Norway's another country we'd like to go to at some point. I mean, well, hopefully we're going for many, many years and we can get around to all these places. I mean, even places like Serbia, Slovenia, which have taken part in ECS. Croatia, I'd love to get to them as well. Montenegro as well.
So it's Joey Marples into the attack now. He'll be bowling to Farrell. And that has been pulled away. Pretty good shot, but alas for him, and there is a protection out there behind square.
Speaking of geography, I also found out that this isn't technically the southernmost point of mainland Europe, because if you go, you know how we look across to Spain, across the water there, that is just slightly further south, but not by much.
Yeah, I didn't want to say the second most.
You didn't want to be that guy. You didn't want to be that guy, and I appreciate that.
Welcome to the second most southerly tip of Europe.
And it's that. In fact, it's not the most southerly series we've done as well, because you would and I have been to Cyprus last year, which is slightly more south, but that's not really part of the. Well, it's not part of the mainland.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Beautiful place there, Cyprus. Loved the cricket action going on there last year. Can't wait to see some more of it. That's a full ball on the stumps, been pulled away, and will trickle down to square leg. And Nesta take one more run. He's moved to 13 off only 12 balls. Not the heavy hitting we've come to expect from Nesta.
Yeah, hasn't quite got going. That's the nature of cricket, isn't it? It can change pretty quickly. So Mel Farrell comes into the lineup here. Swings and misses. So Farrell's another in for Bavaria. We're sharing it around a little bit.
Yeah, we haven't seen him yet in this series.
A lot of well wishes for Christian Rocker.
It's a pretty
in
good
the chat.
Pretty good cricketing name, Mel Farrell. So that one's been cut away, but it's cut on the hop.
Certainly is, isn't it? Linda Farrell.
Yeah, very good sports journalist.
Yes, she is. Doesn't mind a bit of European cricket as well, I think.
Big hello to you, Mel, if you're listening, tuning in. And even if you're not, a big hello as Marples resumes. He's got 2 deliveries left. And he tries to go for the Yorker, but Nesta, I think that was a bump ball. Even.
Nah, it was a catch.
Was it hit on the full?
Yeah, that's definitely a catch.
Absolutely. I don't know how he squeezed it out with such power,
Yeah.
but he did his straight down.
Just tied it. Kenroy flashes his Costa del Sol team, had a big smile, says thanks. It's, you're right, he didn't really go after it. He got cramped for room, and Edgela, he did well, but it was low down by the time he got there. Just slips through his grasp. Back to live action.
Well, this one's hit straighter, and that's going to go all the way. Edgela makes his best effort, diving to his left. Outstanding attempt, but cannot get a finger to as it sails past him. One bounce over the rope, 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a really good effort from Edgela. And yeah, 1 bounce, 4. So, well, Paul, it's close but no cigar, as they say in the classics. 7 over to go. 80 on the board.
Might just come in a bit finer now, Paul. Fielding it long on.
So, that's a nice shot by Farrell down the ground, wasn't it? The big Faz.
So the wind's picked up a bit, Vinny, so there's a bit more dew.
Yeah, I've noticed. I'm just worried about how my electronics are going to survive this dew fest. I suppose that's why most commentators sit inside. So I guess there's something to that. But I do like being so close to the action here.
Yeah, it's wonderful, isn't it?
55 metres off the bat.
Yeah, basically fielding at a very fine long off.
I'm going to get all precious now. I'll have a commentary box at ECL next week. We won't have to worry about getting wet and those things. Hey, Simpson's going to bowl last over.
He's been picked up and away. Up and away. All the way over. Square leg. Fence for 6 runs. Simpson, first over, 1 for 5. And he's already gone over that. First ball of his second.
Yeah, K&S versus Simpson. K&S has had this measure for most of the night. Last time Simpson had a very expensive first over, but a tight second. This time he's had a tight first, and his second, well, what's the result going to be?
Well, he responds very well with one that skids through outside off, and K&S tries to cut. Very good collection by Sam Houghton. K&S set off for a run, stumbled, fell, tripped. Houghton fell. He managed to knock the bails off, and K&S is out of here.
He ends up hitting one stump in the end, Houghton, who he actually saw that K&S has slipped. So he said, well, I think I can race you back, but K&S was making a late charge for the line, so Sam, I think, throws it at the end.
So they were both crawling across the ground in a race to the wickets.
It was. I mean, have a look at this. I think at last moment, I think they just said yes when one said no, and then they changed their mind at the same time. And yeah, Houghton, you'll see, is out fairly comfortably in the end. So that was good athleticism from the man who's having a memorable night so far. You'll see him for Zagreb Sokol in Group B of the ECL as well. And so in the last over, it scores 86 for 4, but a big hitter is removed for 20. Nesta is run out.
Yeah, that could be a crucial moment as well. Let's see what the Bavaria have still in the sheds. As it's the full toss, got a top edge, might be another wicket because the field is coming in, and it's been taken sensationally low down. He was tripping, he was falling, he was stumbling, but those fingers were stretching out, and he managed to clasp onto that and not let it go.
Yeah, what a catch. That's Ryan Grimes comes out. Have a bat, Ryan. Last over, Ryan. Anyway, can't blame him. He goes for it. It was a full toss. He ends up getting a leading edge. And how about that? Well, you want to see some athletes? Look no further.
Is that Bali again? No.
Yeah, no, that's as a party.
As
Who
a
you often
party.
see prowling in the covers. But what a catch! And so, it won't be a hat-trick ball because the first one was run out. But certainly Giants, I mean, heaping the pressure on tonight, haven't they? And now only 3 balls left, 86 for 6.
Yeah, this has been a really great effort in the field, the Giants. And you just get a feeling they might be flexing their muscles in the context of this series. They did start a little bit loosely. They were beaten in their first 2 fixtures against Turek.
Yeah, for sure.
And mixing and matching their lineup.
But we heard as well the Giants were the ones to beat. That was the kind of pre-tournament whispers that we were hearing.
Yeah,
So,
well, they're certainly doing a job here at the moment.
Rob
This has
Alexander
been-
gets a bat left-hander, so let's see how he handles Simpson. Simpson 2 for 11. Nice work from the young man.
Yeah, he's had a good night, hasn't he? Even with that over that went for 19, hasn't let it hold him back.
Nico Fernando's asked me any Sri Lankan food, biryani. Well, so far we had some chicken and rice, but we had a good variety of food so far this week. Bit of everything. 3 to come here.
So this one is not going to be a wicket ball as it's tapped away to square leg by the left-hander. A little bit of foot movement down the pitch to Simpson.
Farrell's shown he can hit the ball pretty well. He's only got a couple of chances now. Let's see how he goes here. Scoring 86, so they've just lost their way a bit in this first innings. Dead ball. I think that was because it'll be dead ball because Paul Edgelow just called out, "Come on, Zaki," just as the ball was about to be bowled. So I think umpire, there's no intent in that, but
Just good umpiring again.
yeah, just saying, look, we're just going to kill the play here. And Edge said sorry straight away. No intent in it at all from him.
Very enthusiastic leader is Paul Edgelow.
So that won't be a score. So it'll be 87 off 9.4. 2 balls to come.
And this one cut away, but only as far as the man roaming the covers.
Same result anyway.
Yeah.
So 88 for 6 the score with 1 ball remaining. Love to see big Rob Alexander whack one into the ocean.
Yeah, it's tempting for the left-handers, isn't it? We've only seen, it's only the second left-hander we've seen.
Yeah, haven't seen too many.
The
Not even
deep we're
the same.
saying being, oh,
Yeah, exactly. Well, one thing's for sure, he'll be throwing the kitchen sink and the pantry and everything at this.
Well, it's on the leg side and he goes after it, but cannot make contact. Houghton does very smart Jason Gillespie things, rolls it down the pitch and affects the run out to finish up that innings.
It's Damien Fleming that did that, I think.
Damien Fleming,
Come on.
excuse me.
Come on, you're on thin ice as it is after this due situation. But anyway, yeah, it was well blocked actually by Houghton because actually nutmegs the batter. Look, goes straight through. So at least he gets in the right line and says, oh, well, I'll try and take one anyway. Zach said, thanks very much. I'm going to knock off the bails. And in the end, 2 snowmen, pair of 8s, 88 for 7 will be the score. Bavaria, I feel like they're a few short, especially with someone like Burns in the lineup. But having said that, you know, they fought all the way in the first innings. The first match, I should say. So they will be out to at least bring something out of night 5 of action as we saw them winning the toss once again and opening the batting. And this time it was Crom and Reyes opening up. And they got off to a little bit of a partnership. As you have to say, the Giants, though, they've been pretty clinical in the field and with the ball tonight.
Yeah, they certainly have. Crom being elevated to do a job that he hadn't yet done in this series. And he was just watching as Reyes set about the tone. That was all until Lee Sims came on and managed to extract a few short deliveries outside leg, which he worked hit to the rope. Eventually was able to mitigate those kind of shots.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice one by Crom. He did hit the 1 6 and 2 4s in his innings of 23 off 17. But you just knew the top order wickets were the key to trying to keep Bavaria down to something reasonable. And Reyes eventually, he holed out. That was a nice catch by Dave Barley. It was in the thick of the action once again. And that brought Latin to the crease. When he was stumped for 2, you felt suddenly you were lowering your expectations about where this Bavaria innings would end up. But that was a great bit of work by Sam Houghton behind the stumps. Sam's having an excellent tournament so far here in Gibraltar. He's found a home here.
Yeah, absolutely great work by Sam, and also great work by the 2 spinners, Lorne Byrne and Zach Simpson. They really came to play in this match, picking up 2 wickets apiece. Lee Sims also got involved, and unfortunately for him, he's probably the biggest hit of the night. by this man. Came out, went whack.
Yeah, it was a big one.
First time we've seen him, but didn't last too long. As the next one would be whacked right onto his stumps. Lorne Burns picking up his second wicket.
And whiplash there, unfortunately. Petrie, it was chopping wood onto the stumps. And then Nesta, that's a nice little shot. And there's all these little personal battles. I'm sure that Nesta versus Burns are both keen for honours. Tell you what, I was really impressed with Zach Simpson, the way that he came back after getting a bit of punishment his first over tonight, but his other 3 overs tonight have been excellent. In fact, he finished with 2 for 13 of his 2 overs, and I just think his controls improved a lot. Hey, this is a great bit of work as well by Sam Houghton, and that might have saved him maybe 8 or 10 runs as well, as he was able to manufacture a run out there off Nesta after a bit of confusion. And how about this for a catch as well? Running in, that was Rob Azzopardi. So, yeah, Giants, a few personal highlights in there. And one thing's for sure, everyone's just loving being out there under the bright lights of the Europa Sports Complex. And they weren't able to scramble a run off the last ball as they were trying. And they do finish with a score of 88 for 7 off their 10 overs. So the target will be 89. When we return, we will see the Giants going after it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Joe Regasani. We'll see you shortly for the second innings, the final innings here in Gibraltar. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is the FanCode European Cricket T10.
And a very warm welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar, the second most southerly tip of the European continent, where we are watching the Bavaria Cricket Club trying to defend 88 runs that they put on here against the Calpe Giants. It's the second fixture between these two teams tonight. The first honours going to the Giants, and Calpe now on the back foot and trying to somehow get through this pretty strong looking Giants lineup. They've had some good additions as well, including this man, Lorne Burns. He came on with the ball earlier and made immediate impact, taking 2 wickets and threatening from the very get-go. He's out there with the bat now, and he'll be facing Andrew Reyes, who's been bowling pretty well. Went for an economy of 7.5 in the last match. Reyes, he can certainly keep it tight. Waiting for all the fielding placements to be set. There's a man at deep square leg and the long on. And besides that, pretty conventional. 4 on the offside. So it looks like everyone's set. Umpire just asking, does everyone want to play some cricket? And they say yes, let's play some cricket. Here we go. Andrew Reyes into Burns. Well, this one is outside the off stump, and it really kicks up off the pitch, but Burns good enough to get over it and let it glance off his bat down to backward point. Takes a single to get off the mark. So 89 is the target. And are we chasing here? Bavaria, of course, they did win the toss and chose to have a bat and put on their lowest total so far in this series. Because there's some pretty good bowling by the Giants unit, especially their 2 spinners. So this one from Reyes is just defended away on the onside by Robson, Dave Robson. He's back. He's a pretty good contributor. This is another good one. It's not going to be out though. Definitely probably bouncing over the stumps, I would say. But definitely asking questions. Robson just unable to get his foot in the right position there to play that on the onside as he wished. As it is though, runs through for a leg bye. So Reyes to Burns. This should be a good battle as well. Burns is such a powerful hitter. And he's taking a very gentle approach at the moment, and that gentle approach will work for him because that was a wide, so he doesn't have to do too much for the scorers to be troubled. Oh, and that one just coming back again. It's the kind of bowling you'd almost want a bat pad, but as it is, it's Chrome behind the stumps who's trying to do job of 2 men. This one taking a bit of deflection. Popped up. Yeah, it's good attentiveness by Chrome, even to try to get there in time. Just could not get that glove under the fall of the ball. So this one from Reyes, right on the money, but it's swept away and swept pretty well. There is the man at deep square leg. It runs around and gathers it in, keeping it to just the 1. So that's Burns. He moves to 2 now. 2 off 3 deliveries. And Robson, of course, he's got just the 1. So pretty timid start by the Giants here. They don't have to do too much though. So this one is really good length ball from Reyes, and in a good channel as well, just forcing the defensive stroke from Robson. And that should bring that over to a close. Indeed it does, after 1 over, 4 for none. And the Calpe Giants. Calpe, of course, such interesting names in this series. Calpe coming from the old The old Latin term for the Rock of Gibraltar, Mons Culpa, the Romans used to call it. So now the Culpa Giants. It's amazing, such a small piece of land can have five very distinct cricket clubs functioning on it, playing in such good spirit as well. They're all very familiar with each other. Many of them play across different teams, as mentioned. Costa del Sol in Spain being one of them. He's Nesta now, and that's a great full swinging ball. But Burns gets his foot firmly planted across the offside and drives it as far as the fielder in the cover. Nesta coming in with the right to respond. And again outside off, and Robson this time dances down the pitch and doesn't quite get it away. Comes off the edge of the bat, away to mid-wicket. Takes a single. So really interesting to see how the Giants go about approaching this total. They don't need to do anything too crazy. It shouldn't get up. The run rate shouldn't get up above 10. The run rate required. Well, it's a shorter ball and being pulled away beautifully, but there is protection out in the deep. With a fantastic arm. So Ian Latin fielding out there at deep square leg. He has just rocketed a ball back in, showing his skills don't lie just with the bat. Very, very able cricketer across all the different necessary skills. That one wide outside off, and I was definitely there for the hitting, but unfortunately for Robson, just could not get a hold of it. And some pretty nifty work by Andrew Reyes there and cover. So a good over from Nesta so far, only 3 off it. And attacking the stumps this time, but Robson gives himself some room and slaps it away down to Latin there in the deep. One more run, so no boundaries yet. Which is a very, very good sign for Bavaria. We do know that these opening overs, the power play overs, the first 3 with the fielding restrictions, you want to make hay while the sun shines, and 2 overs in almost, and no boundaries scored. Is a very good start for the bowling side. Nesta just practices his run up, giving Burns time to take his stance at the crease, and that one is a full wide ball down the leg side. Yeah, it's really great. Every time that we have a moment in between matches or beforehand, there's just so many wonderful characters to do with Gibraltarian cricket who are down here and always keen for a chat. So that one's been driven beautifully through the covers, found the gap, found the rope, 4 runs. What a stroke from Lorne Burns. That was right there for the hitting, full and wide, and easy as you like. He almost just leant on it, sends it all the way to the boundary for 4. So that's the end of the second over. 13 for none are the Giants, responding to a target set by Bavaria. 89 they'll be chasing. Bavaria having put on 88. We can have a look at the table there. Standings table. Tarek, well, they've been very dominant, winning all 4 of their matches. Culpa Giants will be looking to stay hot on their tail with another win here tonight. Just remember that the top 4 of those 5 go through to the finals day. We'll have a match between 3rd and 4th, and then of course the final between 1st and 2nd. Here's Reyes. It's a sweepable ball, and it's been swept absolutely beautifully behind square. 4 runs. Robson showing he is not going to just sit around and watch Lorne Burns do all the hitting. Read that length really quickly and got down low. Swept through it absolutely magnificently. Don't forget, talk about magnificent. You can go to our website. It's pretty magnificent, europeancricket.com. You can find all the information, especially about the upcoming ECL. Super excited by that. This is full of ball on the pads. And just tucked away by Robson for one. Yeah, the European Cricket League starting in a few days. Lots of excitement, not only here on the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula, but all around Europe. There are cricketers getting ready for that, as that's another beautiful sweep shot. Well, Burns has said, I like how you do that, Robson. And this is how I go about it. It was much the same delivery, just moving right across. Did try to get his line a bit better, more on the off stump, but Burns just creating that change of line by stepping right across outside the off stump and feeding off that fuller length. How will Reyes respond now? Well, it's going to be much the same, I'm afraid, because Burns, he can just do whatever he likes. He is a Burns unit. He just gets across and makes the bowler bowl to him, which is certainly a skill. When you're batting, you can get inside the bowler's head, changing up your stance and forcing the bowler to break their own rhythm. Certainly what Burns is doing here, and this time he wanders outside the leg side, outside the leg stump, and adjusts himself. I think Reyes saw him go and decided to throw it wide up. Burns just driving it to cover and taking a single. So let's see, one ball left, I believe, in this over. It's full of ball, and well, unfortunately for Reyes, that's been taken a hold of as well. And a good diving effort there. Oh, there might be another hammy done for the Bavaria team, because there was a sprawling diving save there on the boundary. That's that place Cook out there. That's that's John Matthews. So good effort by him to stop the 4, if he has indeed done that. He looked like he certainly hurt himself in the process. Talk about processes. Here's a man who's all about process. Vinny Sando.
Yep. Yeah. Probably last time you'll see me just looking so casual for the next few weeks, but I've really enjoyed my time here in Gibraltar.
Yeah, if people didn't recognise Vinny because he's not wearing a colourful suit.
I'm kind of... I don't think I need to walk around in disguise, but, I'm here. But I've really enjoyed Gibraltar, the night series. And what an honour. You and I were fortunate to have the first golden ball of 2022. We beat the ECL to the punch, didn't we?
Yeah, we certainly did. They cannot take those bragging rights from us anymore.
Yeah, so it's great to be here, and thanks so much to all of you who are tuning in, and hopefully you're enjoying it so far. You see that they never really captured the heights of the power play, did they? The Bavarian side, after they lost some key wickets at key moments. So now we're going to see Robin Petrie with the ball for the first time in this series.
So nice loping run up and a good delivery, spears it in, and well played, well dug out by the Burns unit.
Pretty good start. If you can keep it there, you're going to have a good night. 12 balls right there.
Exactly right. That's all you have to do at this stage. Dots are as good as wickets in this format very often.
Yeah, and they often bring wickets as well, don't they? See there, they've been building, but yeah, they need to remove some dangerous players, including these two, but then some others to come still for the Giants who bat deep.
Well, that is another great nut. Really spearing it in and then just getting that little pinch of movement off the seam.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it that he's got this length spot on again.
Look at that seam position as well, coming down. Really, really nice and tight.
Yeah, you can play a bit, Robin Petrie.
Yeah, certainly looks like it. Very, very smooth run up. This time he gets it wrong. He's going down wide, and very, very good work by Andrew Crome. Well, hasn't had the easiest of nights, Crome, but he did his team a great service there, stopping many more runs.
Yeah, AJ's a really good keeper, whether he's up or back. He's got a wiry frame, but he's not afraid to throw himself around. they'll be desperate to walk away, at least splitting the points here, Bavaria. They did come back from a seemingly hopeless position the other night when they chased down 127.
Just once again looking for that Yorker and just losing his line a little bit there. Petrie, the dish.
Here's the dish, isn't he? So he gets a bit experimental here. I like his plan A though, full and straight at the base of the stumps.
Yeah.
Especially against someone like Burns, who he'll give you a bit of a chance. He'll get impatient and he'll get across and try and sweep, but if you can get one past the bat that's straight, you might get an LBW.
Yeah, well, he goes for the ramp shot this time, and it's pretty clever because he beats the man at fine leg. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, thrice rolling over the fence. 4 runs. Great innovative batting from Burns.
And that's the game of cat and mouse that these two are playing. You see, it's probably outside the line of off stump, but if you can get that one full and straight, I mean, it's a risky shot because you're playing against the line of the ball, essentially. He's certainly not playing with
He's certainly played that before, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he's
Not the first time he's done that.
very provisioned that shot. We saw him play it the other night.
Well, this one is drivable, and he's done just that. Punched it through square of the wicket and found the rope on the second occasion for this over. Burns, he is not going to take this straight bowling lying down, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's why it's so hard to bowl to, because you've bowled what seemed like a straight full one that he's paddled for 4.
Yeah.
But then you kind of challenge him outside the off stump, and he's equal to that challenge too, and he plays a really nice square drive.
Yeah, and the way he walks around at the crease as well just has the bowler thinking as he's running in, what's he going to be doing, which is not what you want to be thinking about when you're bowling. You want to be thinking about what you're doing.
Put the deep point back now.
Yeah, I think that's a smart move. Well, there'll be another wide. You have to bowl that again. It's been the only blemish I've really seen from Petrie so far, just bowling those, getting that line just a little bit wrong, a little bit too straight.
I think he's trying to bowl outswingers, and so occasionally one just won't really go, and he loses it down the leg side. The Aish Pandey, I think that Burns reminds me a little bit of Joss Butler. Well, that's a nice comparison for Lorne Burns.
Well, he just leans on this one, taps it away to Kenroy, runs in from the mid-wicket region, collects and keeps it to just the 1.
Yes. Petrie desperate to get a wicket. This opening partnership already is worth 42 runs in pretty quick time.
Here he comes now. Oh, that's a better ball, but just driven. It's just absolutely spanked. Andrew Reyes, he was trying his very best to get to it, but nothing was going to get to that. That just dug out from a pretty good length. It was moving away.
Yeah,
it was a bit too full.
Just kind of took an indirect route to the ball there, Reyes.
Yeah.
He kind of cut it off, and I think he knew it. He was probably 2 or 3 metres closer than the fall of the ball. So that's the end of the over. 47 for no loss. Good start to this chase from the Giants. And just a reminder, you can join us in the live chat as you can next week when I'm up at the ECL. I'll be heading up tonight up the highway, and by tomorrow I'll be there. We'll be checking out the ground. It already looks like it's taking shape, and there'll be more preparations over the weekend. And yeah, off chance I might be able to pop back down on the weekend, depending on how things go, Joe. But I know you've got things well under control. I think that tomorrow night, Sam Houghton, it'll be a good night to get him in the commentary box. I think he's be very keen now to join the commentary box after being the first Golden Ball hero of 2022. But yeah, hopefully enjoy the smorgasbord of cricket on offer Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week, when you'll have 7 matches a day on ECN. Anyway, change of bowler, and John Matthews gets the bowl here in the 5th.
And gets it wrong from the first ball, just veering down leg. Have to bowl that one again. And yeah, this is maybe the thing about Bavaria at this stage. So they've still got Botter. I'm surprised we haven't seen him bowling yet.
Yeah,
birthday
that's
boy.
True. Yeah, the birthday boy. Yeah, they're giving a chance to some of their inclusions. So Matthews, your first one was a little bit of straight. Let's even get it online now.
Well, that's a better ball, but just cut away late. Running it down to third man for a single, and they can just kind of go about doing this at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that run rate required is under 7 now. So you don't even need that boundary and over as long as you don't have too many dot balls.
I can't imagine Robson and Burns staying out there for too long without more boundaries. Looking for one there.
He's hit that
Yeah, he has. He's definitely tapped that.
Yeah. It's a little bit like the other night when the Giants were playing the Pirates, and the Pirates gave them a good shake in the first game, but they had some players to bring back the Giants in the second game, didn't they? Like Burns and Rimmer. And so, yeah, their first game was the best opportunity to beat them.
Well, Robson comes down the pitch there and tries to hook it over the mid-wicket, but misses it completely. Goes through the keeper.
Yeah,
Dot ball.
Robson's another one who missed the first game tonight. He wasn't in the 11. So it's all a matter of managing your resources well with 8 matches. And a lot of these teams have 20-plus players to choose from. So they're trying to expose as many people to this level of competition. I think that's a good thing. It's partnership worth 49 at the moment.
Well, that's been lifted up from outside off all the way down to the man at deep long on. And it is him, the birthday boy himself, Botter. He's taken that casually as you like. And he looks serious about it all. And he should be serious because he's taken a seriously important wicket, 49 for 1. And Robson goes.
Well, the decision by Matthews pays dividends. And you're wondering about Botter getting into the game. Well, he's in the game. Not with the ball in hand. Well, it was his fielding that removes a dangerous player. Robson goes for an unlucky 13, and the partnership will not make it to 50 as they're 49 for 1. And well done to John Matthews for his first wicket in ECN cricket.
Yeah, congratulations, Johnny Matthews, as Paul Agella, the Giants skipper, strides his way out to the crease. Played a great innings. He built the foundations upon which their house of victory was constructed in the previous match. And
that's true.
Now he's getting a chance to walk in. Number 3. With the score, pretty healthy, 49 for 1. Still over half this innings to go.
Yeah, I think Edgela wants to bat 3. I think it's where he sees himself batting. Although he did a very good job opening the batting, to be fair, in the first game tonight. Yeah, William Danskin in the chat, hello, saying evening gentlemen. Is there a reason the bowling is only from one end? Yeah, well, a couple of reasons, and Luke's already all over it. Saying, well, it mainly saves time, that's one thing. We'll just wait for Matthews here.
Oh, short and pulled away. And it's good fielding out there. The man fielding about 45 degrees on the leg side.
Yeah, he picked him out.
Really good job, Robin Petrie it is.
It's either side of it, it's probably 4. Yeah, so it's partly for time, so the fielders don't have to change position every over. But also, yeah, with the cameras and our resources available, we can give you the best possible telecast experience. Last ball of the first half here.
So, slow ball, and it's swinging into the right-hander who just uses that movement to tuck it away, square of the wicket for a single.
You can get these two. Still got batting to come. You've got Barley, you've got Houghton, you've got Hatchman, Marples even. But anyway, it's a lot you've got to get through, but we did see them get the staggers in the chase the other night when they were well in control of the game, the Giants.
Yeah.
5 overs down, 51 for 1.
Yeah, we can have a look there. They haven't had to go too deep into the batting lineup yet, and that might all change because it looks like the birthday boy is going to get the ball. See, Botter, Samarth Botter, turns 19 today, and has already picked up wickets, I think, every time he's bowled.
Yeah, first game he played, he was the best of their bowlers. Second game he got a bit of tap. It looks like maybe they're going to hold him off a little bit further. It looks like Ryan Grimes.
He's just doing the dew removing job.
Professional shiner.
Yeah, Ryan Grimes. Here he comes.
That's what Grimes is bringing to the table.
Oh, veering down leg and swept away admirably. That is a dangerous place to bowl to a batter of Lornburn's class because he will do that to you all day long. He moves to 33.
Yeah, I think outside his eye line or to the left of his eye line, he's pretty good at getting into that position. That one through the big sticks. 4 runs. Burns up to 33 in quick time.
Yeah, and this makes it fairly easy for Agella. He'll be happy to have a role where he can just play the anchor more because Burns looks pretty set at the moment as he glances that one down to third man and takes a single. And yeah, already with their boundary for the over, this is all they have to do at the moment. Just rotate the strike.
Yeah, Edgelott was punishing earlier today in that first game. Had a lot of shots, 36 off 14, and running himself out. Well, him and Azapati had a slight difference of opinion, I think, about the single.
Well, this one gets big on him, but he's good enough to get it on top of it. Punch it away, square of the wicket. Beautiful cut shot. That was all timing. He didn't hit it too hard. Just rocked back and As I said, it got above it.
Really good shot. Top of the bounce. And he
Yeah.
generates his power despite it kind of seeming back at him a little bit. And he didn't have a lot of room to move with that cut shot at the end, but he's still got enough power to get 4 more runs. The Giants are in cruise control at the moment.
And they can stay in cruise control because that will be a wide that has to be rebowled, and they take an extra. So 2 wides added to the score.
Yeah, Crum did well to get a glove on that because that one got away from the bowler, Grimes. He just got a fingertip on it, which slowed it down. Saved 3 runs for his team, but still, it will be 2 for 3. This run rate's down to a run a ball now.
Well, I'm going to get at least 1 for those efforts. I think this will be called buys.
I think it'll be wide.
Wides.
2 wides down leg side,
2
yeah.
wides.
So, yeah, Grimes just got to find the radar here. How good does this ground look, though? I'm going to miss this. And you've still got another week here. Lucky you.
Yeah, well, so we'll send you videos. Send you photographs and postcards,
Yeah,
Vinny.
I took a couple, but
Up the road in Cartama.
can't see the sea anymore. But yeah, the grandstand, the little crescent moon over the grandstand tonight. And geez, it gets so dark so quickly. That's the thing. The sun must move faster around here. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I think it's Einstein's theory of relativity. But as that one is cut away to point. And Andrew Reyes doing his level best to gracefully pick that up and have it back in to prevent the second run.
That's,
But
Rob Alexander, actually.
Oh, Rob Alexander,
Don't let
excuse
Reyes
me.
hear you say that because he's
No.
close to us. He just don't want to get away from it. But
true.
almost created a wicket, to be honest. And he had to try and throw from his knees. And in the end, you see, the throw just rolled in. And he just made it home.
Good work by Crime as well. Smart, quick thinking.
Behind the back.
Yep. Yeah, it does. It gets very dark, so it's been really interesting, and I can't wait to see how the rest of the series unfolds.
Yeah, of course. Interesting matches tomorrow. We'll talk about that in a second as well. Certainly we'll be watching from up at Cartama as we get ready for ECL. We'll be viewing like so many others around the world. 2 to come for Grimes.
Well, that one nipping back into the right-hander, but Angela good enough to pull it away. Oh, so gently for a single.
Yeah, so last ball coming up. Iggy's in the chat, I noticed. He's there still for Costello Soul Club.
Oh, beautiful pull shot there as well. He's not going to find the fence. He will find the fielder, but Lorne Burns is just in really good shape at the moment. As that over comes to a close, so Grimes, he goes for 18. Off his 1 over and up to 6 overs. The Giants 69 4-1.
Yeah, 4 overs to go on this one. But you wonder if he'll make the journey. Having said that, a couple of wickets, new batter in. We have seen overs that are tight. It looks like John Matthews is going to be trusted with another one. Well, why not? He's got 1 for 4 off his first over.
Yeah.
Still no boat up. Maybe they're holding him back for the end if it gets tight. But John Matthews did come up with a wicket already. The only wicket to fall in this inning so far, the wicket of Robson.
Yeah, and he's not going to get one. There's that's been pulled away and it beats the fielder. It's Ian Latin, one of the better fielders out there. Even he could not stop it as it spun and spat and bounced over the road for 4 runs.
This was hit so hard, generated a lot of power. It was an awkward bounce for Latin. Couldn't deal with it. Just that one bounce in front of him. Just skids off the surface. So now only 16 required.
And he goes reaching for that one. It was good delivery. Oh, it's going to be called a wide. I think it's fairly unfortunate. He saw Lorne wandering away to the leg side and he tried to put it as wide and full as he could.
See this one again. Yeah, it is a wide, isn't it?
Ooh,
Straight over the line.
yeah.
The line belongs to the umpire and the batter to a lesser extent.
This time, oh, that's just pure class. Pretty sure he was thinking about leaving that for a wide, but just swiveled on it and picked it up along the way and sent it packing down there to the pavilion for more.
I think he knew he was going to get a wide here, Lorne, but he thought, well, you know what? I'm just going to hang the bat out here. If it gets a bit of the bat.
I'd love to see that from side on. Just it was past the stumps when he hit it even.
Well, I think it was past him, but it wasn't quite past the stumps. Anyway, creeping on this target.
Well, it comes for a wander down the pitch now, and the fuller ball becomes even fuller, and he just squeezes it out. Square the wicket for a single.
I'm starting to wonder, will this game even make it to an 8th over? I think it's just, when you look at this game, the story was the fact that the Giants were able to remove the dangerous Bavarian top order fairly cheaply.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct, and that's a good ball from Matthews, doing himself no disgrace there as he gets one through past the bat to the keeper. Yeah, it's those big hitters, Latin in particular, not being able to fire. Reyes kind of been held.
Yeah, he didn't quite get going, did he?
So 2 balls left in this, the 7th over. And it's short, and it's been pulled away. It won't be caught. It's not going to travel the distance.
It's the story of the night, though, really, for Bavaria, isn't it? Those half breaks haven't gone their way. I mean, seen some of those get hit a bit better and carry to the outfielders, but Kenroy had no chance there.
No, that's right. And I think, big statement to the competition the Giants are making here.
Yeah, winning their last 4 now, assuming they hold on here.
Driven to a fuller ball, and that's all they have to do at the moment. Just keep taking signals. He's not happy with himself, Burns. He wanted a glorious cover drive all the way to the ropes on that one, but he doesn't get it. So that's the end of Matthew's spell. After 2 overs, he's got 1 for 16, and up to 7, the Giants 81 for 1.
Pretty good job by Matthews, really. In the end, 1 for 16 off his 2 overs. Nice entry for him. Burns, the only thing to see as well, will he make the half century? 45 not out. They require 8 to win. Just a reminder, tomorrow we do have more matches coming your way from Gibraltar. Joe will be here. I'll be watching intently from up at the venue for the ECL, which is setting up. It's going to be the Sloggers versus Turek tomorrow night. And the Sloggers, well, they badly need to win. Turek, they've already played 4 games. Sloggers only 2. So tune in for that. Let's see if the Sloggers can hand Turek their first defeat of the series, starting at 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 5:30 in Central Europe and 10 p.m. in India, right here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, it's going to be Mel Farrell now, not the cricket journalist, but the cricketer coming in to the Gibraltarian cricketer coming into bowl. A short one that's pulled away for a single. We had a good question in the chat about how the Sloggers got their name. A lot of these teams got their name actually, and it's quite interesting with the Sloggers. I imagine that there were a few candidates for what they call their team, but in the end settled on one that they like the best. So that one's pulled over the shoulder, and it's going to beat the man running around from fine leg. And this is all a bit of a due process at the moment, and I'm not talking about the dew sitting on the Vinny's computer.
Dew's still gone, by the way, but
oh yeah, it's because the wind is coming from
the runs aren't gone. Well, I've got to say though, as they're closing on this victory, Joe, it's been an absolute pleasure being next to you over the last 5 nights. I love the way you're going about your work, and I think the viewers as well really enjoy your efforts behind the microphone for us.
I'll keep endeavouring to do my very best, Vinny, as Agilla tries the same shot, but just manages to tickle it away for 1 run.
Well, the question is,
Burns onto strike with the potential for bringing up a 50 if he can.
That's right. He's going to have to do it with a boundary if he wants his 50. He's on 46.
Looking for 88. Scores are tight at the moment, and he slaps that. They're not going to get it. He's not going to get it, but they are going to get it. Excuse me, as they make their way to 88. So scores tight now. Excuse me. Yep.
Well, the only way he's going to get it now if there's 2 dot balls. But I think now just put the individual milestones away. I think with the net run rate and stuff, it's all relevant. So any score will do it.
So it's not going to be on that one.
No,
well, that's a wide, and so that's going to be the end of the match.
Can we have a replay of that? Didn't look that wide. It probably was. It's going to be hit. As much as we had an exciting match into the first match,
the absolute opposite.
That's as much of an anticlimax as you can imagine. Let's have a look. How wide is this? No sense of theatre. Yeah, okay, fair enough. but they will end up chasing these runs down. And look, congratulations to the Calpe Giants, who end up 89 off 7.4, and they win this game with 14 balls to spare. Good net run rate boost for them. And the Giants, after their opening night losses, they haven't put a foot wrong, and they hand Bavaria back-to-back defeats. Giants have won 4 in a row now, and both these teams will take a back seat tomorrow night because we'll have the Sloggers versus Turek in matches 11 and 12. They'll be at the halfway point tomorrow night in the series, night 6 of 11. Make sure you join us for that, 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 5:30 in Central Europe. It's 10 p.m. in India, and if you're in Sydney or Melbourne, it's 3:30 in the morning. So set an alarm. I know we've got a lot of viewers from all over the world. It's a good time to watch in the US as well. So, well, both these teams had a point to prove, didn't they, after a golden ball decided match 9, but this chase of 89. In the end, it was the Giants that made light work of it, despite Bavaria trying hard, only able to come up with the 1 wicket, and mostly it was Lorne Burns who returns, and he's in some really good form after a bit of a tough start to the tournament, but his 47 not out paved the way for this chase, which they did with over 2 overs to remain. In fact, not even one Maximo scored in this innings. They didn't need to because they were playing all sorts of cricket shots. They kept it along the carpet most of the time. In the end, the Giants, that makes it 4 in a row.
Yeah, and I think for Lorne Burns, just the way that he faced up here against not only Reyes but also Petrie and Matthews, he really showed his wares in trying to get into the bowlers' heads, moving around on the crease, finding and choosing his own line, and then staying put and absolutely delivering some beautiful cricketing shots, and joined ably by Dave Robeson, who managed to almost find it over the fence, but unfortunately could not achieve a 6 on that occasion, nor were there any 6s hit in this innings. That was the other one that came as close to his count. In fact, it was the only wicket that fell, and it was this man. I was surprised not to see him bowl Botter on his birthday. But he did didn't take a hat-trick on his birthday.
Oh, Botter. He had some nice moments, took good catch.
Nice moments, yep.
Yeah, but the golden ball loss, that's it's gonna hurt on your birthday. Anyway, the night is young for that young man. But yeah, it was Burns kind of toying with him in the end. 8 boundaries in his 47, not out of 24 balls. And then he's joined by Edgela, who ended up having a pretty good night himself. And he had some fun at the end, a couple of boundaries in his 14. Yeah, John Matthews, he was the only man to break through. And in the end, Farrell, well, it was beat the batsman, didn't beat the umpire. That broke the tie. This time, we're nowhere near a golden ball, as it is the Giants that wrap this one up. And look, once again, the game's played in great spirit. I think all the players, officials, everyone involved in Gibraltar cricket, just so excited to have cricket back. And what a way to bring it back here, as this series has really captured the information, the imagination, I should say, of our viewers around the world.
So we can have a quick look at the batting scorecard there as it comes up, and it tells the story pretty simply put. Lorne Burns, 47 off 24, ably supported by David Robeson at the start, and then Paul Elgella accompanying him to see them to the finish line, and really chasing a total which wasn't the most significant put on, certainly, but they did have to work a little bit to get there, and they managed to do that rather ably. There's the bowling scorecard as well. Probably, well, it's John Matthews. He was 1 for 4 off his first over. He went for 12 in the second, which was the good, the bad, and the ugly, or the best times and the worst times, as you might say. But at the end of the day, a lot of good lessons for both these teams. Yeah. We have a look at the comparative urban development chart.
Yeah, look, it's just that one over from Matthews in the middle. That just got a nice symmetry to it, didn't it? But yeah, in the end, it was Bavaria. See, the fact that wickets seemed to fall at regular intervals. They could never really put a partnership together in the first half of this game. And conversely, the Giants were able to do just that. So there's confirmation of the result of this match 10, 89 off 7.4 for the Giants, overcoming the Bavaria side 88. Lorne Burns having a very good game, 47 not out to go with his 2 for 10. Pretty sure he'll be the man of the match in this match 10. So Joe, our partnership will end for now, but it's been awesome to be with you, and I'm wishing you all the best. Hopefully we get plenty more night cricket organised this year, because it does bring another dimension to our coverage on ECN.
Yep, absolutely, Vinny. It's been my absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for accompanying me in this beautiful ground here on the second most southern tip of the European continent.
That's true. We can see the most southernmost tip from here, though, can't we?
And big thanks, of course, to our official sponsors and partners, FanCode, Visaway, and Kookaburra, as well as all the rest. And don't forget, folks, we will be back tomorrow night with more cricketing action. And then, of course, Vinny, I wish you all the very best for the upcoming European Cricket League.
Yeah, I'll be watching really closely. Look at that table now. I mean, Bavaria, they're not out of it by any means either, because they're just a couple of matches behind, but certainly at the moment, Tariq and the Giants are in great shape to take those top 2, but not even halfway through the tournament as yet, so a lot more can happen.
Well,
I'll be watching from ECL, and you can watch during the day, and then there's a bit of an overlap with our games, so I'll probably have one eye on it in the last game of the day as well in Cartermart, because I think our last game starts at at 5 o'clock local, and you're on at 5:30. So don't worry, I'll have my 2 screens going. I'll be doing my multitasking as usual. Big thank you to Kitty as well as Luke, who stayed with us all the way to the end. And yeah, I said in the chat, just got to hop back across the border now to Spain, which is just over there, where some of the Maximos were landing. And I'm going to be running out of pages, because every day we have to get a stamp, don't we?
Yeah, that's the beauty of Brexit at the moment.
In the passport.
The British passport gets the stamps. Well, all the best, Vinny. Enjoy ECL, and to everyone out there, cannot wait to be back here with you for the rest of this series to come. I'm Joe Wegasani.
Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo.
And hasta luego to you, Vinny, and to everyone else. Ciao for now.
See you later, and good luck. We'll see you soon for more Cricket on ECN.